Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you sleep today. So, before you fall asleep, I'd like each of you to leave a comment saying which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give the video a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's relax and begin. At 1:38 in the morning on a Tuesday in September 2015, Mark Van Dongen woke up because his face was melting. He didn't know that word at the time. He had no way of understanding what was happening. He was asleep in his flat near the harbor in Bristol, a place he had lived in for 2 years without once thinking about dying. The room was dark. There was a warm wetness on his forehead like sweat. His first thought was that he had left the window open and it had started to rain. Then he touched his cheek and his skin slid off. The feeling wasn't pain at first. It was a wrongness. Something under his skin that shouldn't be there. Then the smell reached his nose. It was chemical, sharp, like bleach, but sweeter, and much worse. It filled the room. It filled his head. He opened his mouth to scream and something burned his tongue. He tried to sit up and the wetness moved from his chest down his stomach, down into his lap. It was on his leg. It was everywhere. The pain arrived all at once, and it wasn't like any pain he had ever felt. It was like being burned and cut and crushed at the same time, but from the outside in. Mark would later tell his mother that he never actually saw Barina Wallace standing there. He had a memory of a shape in the doorway, a blur, but he could never be sure if it was real, or if his brain had invented it to explain something that had no explanation. The police said a neighbor heard footsteps on the stairs, light and quick, then slow. Then the front door clicked shut. Nobody heard her say a word. Nobody heard him say a word either, because he couldn't talk. He was making a sound that wasn't human. He fell out of bed. He hit the floor hard. He remembered the carpet smelled dusty, and he remembered thinking, for some reason, that he needed to vacuum it. Then he remembered he was not wearing anything, that the wet had gone through his t-shirt and boxers, that his skin was coming off in pieces. He got up on his knees. The sheets were ruined. There was a blue sports bottle lying on the carpet near the door, the one he used for his morning runs. It was on its side. It was empty, except for a pool of clear liquid that was already eating through the carpet. The cap was off. The label was gone. Mark didn't understand. He thought, that's my bottle. Then he thought, I have a meeting tomorrow. That was the stupid things about it. In the middle of the worst moment of his life, Mark was worried about a meeting. He had an engineering project, a deadline, a chart on a whiteboard. He had to be at the office by 9. He couldn't be late. He couldn't show up like this. He got to his feet somehow and walked into the hallway, holding the wall with his right hand. His right hand was changing color. He could see it, even in the dark, the skin turning white, and then black. He left a wet mark on the wallpaper. He tried to shout for help, and his voice came out like a sound he had never made before. Not a scream, a gurgle. His lips were gone. That's what he thought. His lips were gone and he was going to die in the hallway of his flat in Bristol, and nobody would find him until the smell got worse. He made it to the front door. He fell against it, and it opened. The communal hallway outside his flat was bright, yellow light. He slid down the wall. He started pounding on the floor. He heard a door open somewhere above him, a man's voice. Then the door slammed shut again. Mark heard the slam. He understood. The man had seen him and closed the door. Mark didn't blame him. He would have closed the door too. A woman in the flat next door called the police. She later said she heard an animal in the corridor. She was too scared to open the door, but she called 999 and stayed on the line until the sirens came. It took the police about 5 minutes to get there. Mark was still conscious. He was lying on his back on the floor because he didn't want the acid to run any further down his face. He was not thinking that consciously. It was just what his body did. He had his hands over his face, but his hands were burned too. The first officer who saw him later said he looked like a boiled chicken, pink and peeling. He didn't say that to Mark's family. He said Mark was very brave. The ambulance took Mark to South Med Hospital. On the way, he kept passing out and waking up. He heard screaming, and he knew he was making the sound, but he couldn't stop it. The pain was not in one place. It was everywhere. A paramedic held his hand and told him to hold on. Mark remembered that the paramedic's hand was cold. It was the only cold thing in the world. Then he heard one of the paramedics say the word acid. He didn't know who had done it. He didn't know why. He just knew his body was falling apart, and there was nothing he could do about it. To understand how Mark ended up on that hallway floor, you need to go back a little. Mark was 29, a Dutch engineer who had moved to Bristol for work. He wasn't a dramatic person. He didn't like arguments. He ran. He cooked. He called his mother every Sunday. He was careful with his time and his money. Then he met Verena Wallace. She was older, almost 20 years older. She was a fashion student from South Africa, and when Mark first saw her, he thought she was beautiful in a way that made him nervous. She wore bright colors and talked with her hands. She had a loud laugh. She smelled like expensive perfume. She was not the kind of person Mark usually dated, and that was exactly why he fell for her. She made him feel less boring. She took him to art galleries and opening nights. She told him stories about growing up in Johannesburg, about fashion shows, about men who had broken her heart. He wanted to be the one who finally treated her right. The first 4 months were good. Then, Verena started to change. She didn't like his friends. She said they were boring. She didn't like his work. She said he cared more about machines than he cared about her. She would go through his phone while he was in the shower. She would call him 40 times in a row if he didn't answer. She once threw a glass of wine at the wall because he said he was tired. She would cry and say she was sorry, and Mark would believe her. That was the part he would never forgive himself for. He believed her. He stayed. He broke up with her in the end. He did it at a crowded cafe because he had seen what she was like in private. She did not scream. She just looked at him across the table and said, "You'll regret that." Mark felt a chill, but he forced himself to breathe. He walked away. He changed his phone number. He started seeing someone new, a woman from his running club, and it was good. It was easy. He never told the new girlfriend the full story about Verena. He didn't want to sound paranoid. He said it ended badly, but that he was fine now. He was not fine. He was already in danger, and he didn't know it. The night before the attack, Mark had dinner with the new woman. They walked along the harbor and kissed goodbye around 11. Mark went home alone. He checked the locks, but he didn't check the back door. There was a key under a brick by that door, a key Verena had left months earlier, and Mark had always meant to get the locks changed. He never did. At 1:38 in the morning, someone used that key to let herself in. Verena had bought the acid 2 weeks earlier. She bought it on Amazon, 1 liter of 98% sulfuric acid delivered to her own flat. She used her own name and her own debit card. In her browser history, there were searches for acid attacks. She had looked up how long it takes for acid to burn through skin. She had looked up whether acid in a plastic bottle can be traced. She had planned to use Mark's blue sports bottle because she thought it would look like a mistake. She removed the label. She wore old shoes. She took off her ring. In a notebook she kept, she had written a to-do list. Buy gloves. Wear old shoes. Do not wear ring. That last line was underlined. Mark didn't know any of this in the hospital. He didn't know anything for a long time. He woke up days later in a bed that felt like it was made of fire, with tubes everywhere. He couldn't speak. His throat was raw. His left eye was bandaged shut. When he tried to move his leg, there was nothing there. He learned later that they had taken his leg below the knee. He learned that 41% of his body had been burned. He learned that the acid had gone through his lips and into his mouth, and that doctors had to cut away part of his tongue. He was paralyzed, too. The nerve damage in his left side was too severe. He would never walk again, not even with a prosthetic. He would never look like himself again. The police found Barina at her flat, 2 streets away. She was calm. She opened the door with a cigarette in her hand and said she knew why they were there. She didn't ask if Mark was okay. She asked if he was dead. When they said he wasn't, she said, "That's unfortunate." An officer wrote it down because it was the strangest thing he had ever heard. At the station, she said it was an accident. She said she had gone to Mark's flat to apologize. She said she had used the key because she still had it, and she had seen a bottle of water on the table. She said she was thirsty, so she picked it up. She said she thought it was water. She said she threw it away when the liquid burned her hand. But the police had already found the Amazon order. They found the delivery box in her recycling bin. They found the label she had removed, torn into small pieces, in a plastic bag in her kitchen bin. They found the notebook with the to-do list. They found her search history. The only thing they never found was the original cap from the blue bottle. But it didn't matter. The evidence was there. Mark survived the first day. The doctors called it a miracle. Mark called it a punishment. For the next year and a half, he went through 17 surgeries. He lost part of his left ear. His face was not a face anymore. It was a mask made from skin that had been taken from his thighs. Every day, his mother had to feed him through a tube into his stomach. Every night, he woke up screaming because he couldn't move his lips. The pain was not the worst part. The worst part was the memory of the sound of the door closing. He had heard Barina's footsteps on the stairs, and then the click. She had left. She had left him on the floor, still conscious, while she walked home and made tea. That was the thing he could not stop thinking about. Not the acid, not the bottle, the quiet of her leaving. 2 years later, in February 2017, Mark Van Dongen chose to die. He went to Belgium, where euthanasia was legal. He was 31 years old. His mother was with him. He asked her to tell the court something if she ever had to. Barina Wallace never said sorry. Not once. Not in the messages. Not in the hospital. Not anywhere. He said that if she had said sorry, if she had even once looked like she understood what she had done, maybe he could have fought a little longer. But she never did. The trial came after Mark was gone. Barina sat in the dock and did not look at the photographs. She wore a gray sweater. She did not cry. The jury heard about the Amazon order, the notebook, the searches. They heard about Mark, about the screaming, about the hospital. The defense argued that Barina had never intended to kill him. She just wanted to scare him. She thought the acid was water. The jury couldn't agree on murder. They found her guilty of throwing a corrosive substance with intent to burn, disfigure, or disable. She was sentenced to 12 years. The most shocking moment happened outside the courtroom. A neighbor who had lived above Mark testified that night. She said she heard footsteps on the stairs. And then, the door clicked shut. Then, she heard humming. It was low, almost quiet, like someone had a tune in their head. She said it stayed in her head for months. Verina's lawyer said the woman was confused. Verina denied it. There was no recording. No one else heard it. Mark was already on the floor by then, so he never heard it. The jury didn't mention it in their verdict. It didn't change anything. But that's the detail that stays. Mark used to hum when he was nervous. He hummed in his sleep. Verina had lived with him long enough to know that. So maybe she hummed because she thought he was already dead. Or maybe she hummed because she was walking down the stairs and her hands were shaking and she didn't know what else to do. There's no way to know. The police never found the source of the sound. There was no recording, no witness, except one woman too scared to look out the window. And Mark, the only person who could have heard it, was on the floor with his skin coming off, making sounds that were not human. The door clicked. The footsteps went down. The silence began. And then something hummed. Mark's mother still asks herself if the humming was real, or if the neighbor made it up. She'll never know. That's the part that has no answer. Story 2, police arrived within minutes. Corey met them at the door in sweatpants and no shirt, shivering, his hands shaking. The apartment had that kind of stale smell, like the windows hadn't been opened in days. In the living room, his other son, a 6-year-old, Cody's older brother, sat on the couch with a blanket pulled up to his chin and watched everything without saying a word. An officer tried to talk to him and got nothing but a headshake. Later, another officer handed him a juice box, and he took it. But he didn't drink it. He just held it and stared at the wall. That's something that stuck with the officers. A 6-year-old should be crying, asking questions, acting like a kid. This one just sat there, like he was waiting for the adults to tell him what was happening. The search was massive. Dozens of officers, then over 50, then more. They brought in dogs and set up roadblocks. A helicopter circled so low that the windows hummed. The FBI showed up that afternoon, because when a child disappears with no sign of abduction, they get involved fast. Volunteers showed up with printed flyers. The flyers had that photo of Cody that everyone remembers now, the red Spider-Man T-shirt, the gap in his front teeth, the big grin. He was 4 years old and he loved Spider-Man more than anything. That's what everyone learned about Cody over the next few days. He was a happy kid, always smiling, always running around pretending to shoot webs, carrying a Spider-Man action figure everywhere. The neighbors remembered him. They remembered that shirt. They remembered his laugh. But the more the search went on, the more the story didn't line up. Corey couldn't keep his story straight. One officer talked to him in the kitchen and wrote down what he said. Then another officer talked to him in the parking lot an hour later and got a different version. He told one person he'd gone to bed at 9. He told another he'd gone to bed around 11. He told one officer he'd checked on the boys at 2 in the morning, and they were both fine. He told another he'd slept all night and didn't wake up until 7:30 when he found Cody gone. He said the front door was locked. Then he said it was unlocked. Then he said he wasn't sure. These weren't the mistakes of a panicked parent. They were the mistakes of a man trying to keep a lie straight while being asked the same questions by different people. There were no signs of a break-in. Nothing was stolen. No strange car was seen in the parking lot. No neighbor saw a stranger. The search dogs couldn't pick up Cody's scent leaving the apartment. And when the forensic team went through the boys' room, they found something strange. It barely looked lived in. No toys on the floor. The dresser drawers were almost empty. It didn't look like a room a 4-year-old slept in every night. It looked like a room kids hadn't been in for a long time. Over the next few days, investigators dug into Corey's life and found more red flags. He had left his children home alone for hours at a time, multiple times. Neighbors confirmed it. One woman told police she'd seen the boys outside by themselves, in their socks, wandering around the building, waiting for their dad to come home. She'd called Child Protective Services. Other people had made calls too. Reports were filed. And nothing changed. The boys stayed with their father because nobody did enough to get them out. Then, the timeline cracked. Some of the neighbors told police they hadn't seen little Cody in months. Not since the summer. They thought maybe he was with his mother, Dana Abdul Karim, who had given up custody due to health problems. They thought maybe he'd gone to stay with family. Nobody asked Corey about it directly, because who asks a man where his kid is? You assume the kid is fine. You assume the father knows best. You assume a lot of things that turn out to be wrong. And Corey let them assume. He never told anyone his son was gone. He let the world believe Cody was alive somewhere, safe. He let his own family wonder. He let Dina sit with the pain of not being able to see her boys and believe they were okay with their father. For 7 months, the only people who knew the truth were Corey and his 6-year-old son. In February of 2022, Corey was arrested on child neglect charges, not connected to Cody's disappearance, connected to the fact that he'd been leaving his surviving son home alone for hours, even while the search was going on. The 6-year-old was taken into state custody, and Corey sat in the Hampton Roads Regional Jail while the search for Cody's body continued across Virginia and Maryland. Teams searched woods, ponds, abandoned buildings, drainage ditches. Nothing. It was like the earth had swallowed that little boy whole. Months went by. The case went cold. And then Corey started writing letters. Long, handwritten letters. He gave one to a guard. He sent some to family members. Investigators had been waiting for something like this, because men who carry that kind of secret always eventually want to put it down. In those letters, he confessed to killing his own son. He said he'd been disciplining Cody. That's the word he used. The court later called it what it was, a beating. He said he hit the 4-year-old. The boy fell and hit his head. And Corey knew right away he was dead. Dead in the middle of what was supposed to be a punishment. He wrote that he put Cody's body in a trash bag. He wrote that he kept the bag in a refrigerator while he figured out what to do next. He wrote that he drove to Maryland, near Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard, and buried the bag in a shallow grave. Not deep enough. He knew it wasn't deep enough. He planned to go back and dig it deeper, and he set a reminder on his phone to do it. He never went back. Nobody found the body, and as of right now, nobody has. And then, he wrote the part that made even the investigators reading his letters go quiet. The day after his son died, Corey Besby took his older boy to an amusement park. He bought tickets, he went on rides, he ate food, stood in lines, smiled for photos, acted like a normal dad with a normal kid while his other son was in a hole in the ground. Nobody knows what was going through his head. Maybe he was trying to keep up appearances. Maybe he was trying to give the living kid a good memory. Maybe he just wanted a day out. But he did it. He went to an amusement park the day after he beat his 4-year-old to death, bagged his body, and buried him. The older boy testified at the trial. He was old enough by then to sit in the witness chair and answer questions. He told the courtroom that he remembered seeing his brother Cody lying on a bed, not moving. He said his dad picked Cody up and carried him out of the room, and that was the last time he ever saw his little brother. The courtroom went silent when he said it. A 7-year-old having to say those words out loud. Grown adults were crying. Jury members were wiping their eyes. And at the defense table, Corey sat there, looking at his hands. In March of 2024, The jury found Corey Jamar Besby guilty of second-degree homicide and concealing a body. The judge sentenced him to 45 years in prison. He'll be close to 70 when he gets out, if he lives that long. Dina Abdul Karim sat in the front row. She had given up custody of her boys because of her own health issues, because she thought she couldn't take care of them the way they needed. She thought she was leaving them in the hands of their father. She was wrong. The state of Virginia passed a law in Cody's name. It's called the Cody Alert, and it's a system set up for missing children who don't qualify for the Amber Alert criteria. Cody didn't qualify. That's one of the reasons nobody knew he was missing until his father said so, 7 months after the fact. The law is meant to stop that from happening to another family. It exists now because Cody existed, because he was real, because he loved Spider-Man and probably never got to finish growing up enough to know what he wanted to be. Cody Josiah Besby's body was never found. Search teams went back to the area near Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard in Maryland with dogs and ground-penetrating radar and came up with nothing. The body is still out there somewhere, or it isn't, and nobody can say for sure. The only person alive who knows exactly where his son is buried is the man who put him there. Corey knows. He admitted to it in writing. But he has never told anyone the exact spot, and he's not telling now. 45 years. That's what a 4-year-old's life was worth to the courts. And somewhere near Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard, in the dirt under the trees, Cody Josiah Besby is still lying where his father left him. The only person who can lead anyone to that grave is sitting in a prison cell, and he plans to keep the secret with him for the rest of his life. Story 3. Elizabeth Fritzl didn't disappear in 1984. That's the part that still gets people. She was never missing. She was 20 feet below her own house, in a room her father had built, and for 24 years the only person who knew was him. She was from a small town in Austria, Amstetten, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone. Her father, Joseph, was a retired engineer. People thought he was strict but respectable. He made plans. He had a basement full of tools. Nobody thought about the basement twice. And that was the point. What happened to Elizabeth is not the kind of story that gives you closure. There's no moment where you can say, at least, she's free now. Because freedom doesn't fix what was done to you. It just makes it visible. She still remembers the day it started like it was yesterday. She was 18, and her father told her to help him in the basement. That was normal. He always had her carry things, fix things, hold the flashlight. So she went down with him. He offered her something to drink. It tasted bitter. She never finished it. She woke up on a mattress in a room with no windows, and above her head, out of reach, there was a light switch. She could see it. She couldn't touch it. The first days were screaming. She screamed until her voice gave out. She banged on the door until her hands were cuts and bruises. The door was concrete. The floor was concrete. The only light was that single bulb in the ceiling. She couldn't turn it off. She never could. It was always on when her father was away. And when he came down, he turned it off. She would hear his footsteps first, and then the dark. She learned to hate the sound of his shoes on the stairs. He came down and told her she had to obey him, that he wasn't going to let her go, that she had brought this on herself. He made her feel like she was the one who had done something wrong. That was the most twisted part. For years, she actually believed it. She would lie on that mattress and try to figure out what she'd done, what she could have said differently, why she deserved to be buried alive. There was no answer, but he made sure she kept looking for one. The cellar was not much bigger than a parking space. There was a toilet, a tiny sink, a stove, a bucket, and a shelf. That was her whole world. She didn't know if it was night or day. She didn't know if it was summer or winter. The only time she knew anything was when Joseph came down the stairs, and when he came down, he didn't come with food. He came with his hands on her. The babies started coming. 7 of them. The first one, a boy, didn't survive. He was born too early, or maybe he was just too weak. He died in her arms. Joseph took the body away. She never saw it again. She never had a chance to bury him. She asked once, and Joseph hit her so hard her ears rang for an hour. She stopped asking after that. Kirsten was born in that room. Stefan was born in that room. Felix, too. She delivered them alone. Joseph gave her a few books about childbirth, but she was already doing it mostly by instinct. She bit down on a towel because she knew if she screamed, someone above ground might hear it, and if she made noise, he would take the baby away. She would have died before she let him take her babies. But he did take some of them anyway. 3 times he came downstairs and took a child. She didn't even get to say goodbye. He wrapped them in blankets and carried them up the stairs, and then the door shut behind him. She heard them crying through the concrete for a few minutes. Then nothing. He told her later that her mother, Rosemary, was raising them, that she thought they were foundlings. He told Elizabeth to be grateful that her children had a real home. She wasn't grateful. She was dead inside. The children who stayed with her never saw the sky. They didn't know what the sun was. They knew the ceiling, the stairs, the sound of their grandfather's keys. That's the other thing. They were his children, but they called him grandfather. He told them that. He told them their mother was Elizabeth, and that she was sick, and that this was their home. He had built a house of lies, and she was trapped in the basement of it. She wrote the letters because he made her. He stood over her with pen and paper and dictated every word. Dear Mama and Papa, I am fine. I have joined a community. Do not look for me. I will write when I can. She didn't want to write those words. But he had the children. He held her whole life in his hands, and her family upstairs thought she was a runaway who didn't want to be found. The police believed it too. Her mother cried at her empty bed. Her father acted normal. He never looked for her because he had never lost her. The day that changed everything started like every other day in the cellar. Elizabeth woke up on the mattress with her 2 children beside her. Kirsten had been feeling sick for a while. She was pale. She wasn't moving like herself. Elizabeth washed her face with water from the little sink and made her drink something, but she wouldn't wake up. Her body was hot. Her lips were dry. Elizabeth knew that look. She had seen it in the youngest baby before he died. She was terrified. When Joseph came down that evening, Elizabeth was holding Kirsten in her arms. She told him something was wrong. She told him she needed to take her somewhere. He looked at Kirsten for a long time. The girl's lips were blue. Even Joseph knew that wasn't normal. He said he would take her to the hospital. Elizabeth grabbed his arm. She didn't say it, but she knew once he went through that door with Kirsten, the world outside was going to find out what he had done. And he knew too. That didn't stop him. Because he was afraid of nothing. He thought he was smarter than everyone. He came back a few hours later. She heard him in the house above, moving around. She thought he would come down and tell her Kirsten was okay. Instead, he opened the door and threw some clothes at her. They smelled like dust. They were old. He told her to put them on. They were going to the hospital. She didn't understand. She asked what he meant. He said the doctors wanted to see the mother. They needed the mother. He told her to keep her mouth shut and let him do the talking. She had to get dressed in front of him. That was normal for her. He had seen every inch of her for 24 years. But her hands were shaking so badly she couldn't button the jeans. They were far too loose. She had forgotten how big the world was. She didn't know if she felt fear or hope. She knew one thing for certain: she was never going back down those stairs. Even if he killed her at the hospital, she would not go back to the hole. The stairs were the hardest thing. She had to use both hands and crawl up because her legs didn't work right. He stood behind her and told her to hurry. She reached the top and saw the regular basement. The walls were painted white. There was a light bulb on a wire. The door to the garage was open. She smelled oil and dust. It was the first time she had smelled anything other than mildew and body sweat since 1984. She walked on feet that didn't feel like hers. Her ankles were so thin she thought they would snap. The car ride was worse. She hadn't seen a car in real life in 24 years. She had memories of them, but they were small and flat, like photographs. To sit in one, to feel the engine pulse under her, to see houses and streets and people passing by, it was too much. She got sick in the driveway. Joseph told her not to be stupid. She wiped her mouth and got in the car. She pressed her hands between her knees so he wouldn't see them shaking. She doesn't remember the drive. She remembers the colors. Too many colors. The green of fields, the blue of a sign, the white of the hospital. She saw a woman pushing a stroller. She saw a dog waiting outside a bakery. All normal things. They looked like they were from another planet. When she walked into the hospital, she couldn't stop looking at the ceiling. The lights were long and bright. They didn't hang from a cord. They were flat against the ceiling. She remembers thinking, "I will never see the light in the cellar again." She didn't say it. She just followed her father. The nurses were polite. They asked her questions. She tried to speak, but the words came out like something broken. She had to think about how to make a sentence. She had spent so long not talking to anyone except her children that her voice was weak. Joseph stood at the door and answered for her. He said she had been living abroad. He said she had given Kirsten up years ago. He said all kinds of things. She just stood there. She looked at the floor. The doctors didn't believe him. The girl in the bed was the daughter of the woman standing in front of them. There was no husband. There was no history. The paperwork was empty. They asked for a medical file. She had nothing. They asked for a phone number. She gave them a lie. A nurse noticed her hands, the way they shook, the look in her eyes. She didn't look like a woman who had been abroad. She looked like someone who had been in a cage. Someone must have called the police. She doesn't remember when. A policewoman came in, not in uniform, sat down next to her, and asked her in a soft voice if she was okay. And Elizabeth looked at her father. He was standing near the door, watching. He was still in control. He thought he was in control. And then she opened her mouth and said something she had never said to anyone outside the cellar. She said, "That man is my father. He locked me up. He kept me in a basement." That was the moment. Not when the police came. Not when Joseph was arrested. Not when she stood in the sunshine. That was the moment her liberation started. The policewoman's face did not change. She just took Elizabeth's hand and said she believed her. She didn't ask questions. She just sat there. They took Joseph into another room. He tried to laugh. He told them she was confused, that she had a mental illness, that she had been in a cult. But Elizabeth didn't let go. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. She told them about the trapdoor, the concrete walls, the light switch on the ceiling. She told them about the children. She told them there were still 2 of her children in that room. She told them about Kirsten. She told them about the letters. She told them she had written them because her father had made her. She said, "I wrote them to save my children. I wrote them so he wouldn't hurt them. I was down there the whole time. The police went to the house that night. They found the hidden entrance. They had to bring Joseph back to open it. When they opened the door, they found Stefan and Felix in the room. They didn't know what was happening. They had never been outside. They didn't know what a sky was. When they saw the policemen's flashlights, they hid under the mattress. Elizabeth didn't go down there again. She stayed at the police station. They gave her a cup of coffee. It was cold. She held it with both hands and didn't drink it. She was 42 years old. She had been locked up for more than half her life. She didn't know her own age. She didn't know the name of the street she was on. She had to be shown how to open a door with a handle, because the door in the cellar had a pull and a lock, not a handle. That small thing broke her more than the whole day. She sat in the room and cried because she didn't know how the handle worked. Rosemary learned what Joseph had done later, maybe that same night. She couldn't understand it. The children upstairs, the ones she had raised for so many years, were not foundlings. They were Elizabeth's children, her own grandchildren. Her husband had put her daughter under the house and had visited her daughter for years, while Rosemary slept in a room above his head. She didn't notice anything. Maybe she didn't want to notice. Or maybe Joseph was just that good. He was a monster, and monsters are good at making people look away. Elizabeth spoke to the police for hours. She told them about every rape. She told them about every birth. She told them about the dead baby. She told them about the letters. She told them about the flickering light that she never could turn off. She was not angry. She was not sad. She was just exhausted. It was like her body had finally caught up with all the things her mind had hidden from her. Joseph was arrested. He went to trial. He was sentenced to life in prison. The judges called it severe and unusual. Elizabeth didn't say anything when she heard the word life, because she knew what life meant. She had lived it. In the days after, the doctors made sure she and the children had a safe place to stay. They had a house with windows. They had a room with a lock on the inside. The first night, Elizabeth couldn't close the door. She kept looking at the gap. She kept thinking someone would come through it. The social worker sat with her until 4 in the morning. She showed her, over and over, how the lock worked. Elizabeth touched it. It was on the door, where she could reach it, not on the ceiling, on the door. She wasn't used to that. The children who had lived upstairs were confused. They had been told their whole lives that Joseph and Rosemary were their guardians. They didn't know Elizabeth was their mother. They had to learn what that meant. The children who had lived in the cellar had to learn everything. Elizabeth had to teach her own son how to feel the sun on his face. He asked her what the yellow thing in the sky was. She said that's the sun. It's always there. It just hides sometimes. He didn't understand. How could he? He had never seen a sunset. Elizabeth doesn't talk about hope very much. People ask her if she's relieved. She says yes. People ask if she's happy. She says she doesn't know what that means anymore. She has to learn that too. She has to learn how to walk in shoes that fit her, how to eat in a room with other people, how to answer a phone, how to buy a toothbrush. The small things are the big things. She doesn't take them for granted. But there's one thing that still bothers her. She mentions it sometimes, and then she goes quiet. The light switch in the cellar, the one above her head, out of reach. He never put it in the usual place, next to the door. He put it in the center of the ceiling, where she couldn't touch it. Every day for 24 years, she looked at that switch. She tried to jump once, she couldn't reach it. She tried to knock it off with a broom handle. He found out and took the broom away. She never understood why he put it there. She still doesn't know. She says she will never ask him. He's the only one who knows, and he's in prison now. Maybe the answer is down there, in the dark, in that room. And maybe some questions are better left unopened, like the door. Story 4, I'm going to tell you what happened to Brittany Eldridge. And I'm telling you now, there's no clean ending to this. You'll probably finish reading and just sit there, because that's what you do when the thing you just read doesn't close. It just stops. That's how it is for her family, too. It stopped for them on December 13th, 2011, and then it never started again. Brittany was 25 years old. She was 2 weeks away from her due date. Her son, Ezekiel, was supposed to be born right around New Year's. She had the nursery set up in her apartment. I remember her mom saying later that there were little blue onesies folded on the dresser, waiting. That detail gets me every time. She was that close. Her mother found her. Let me set the scene. It was a Tuesday morning. Brittany's mom hadn't heard from her the night before, which wasn't always weird because Brittany was pregnant and tired and sometimes just fell asleep on the couch. But the next morning, when Brittany didn't pick up the phone, her mom drove over to the apartment on the west side of Knoxville. She had a key. She used it. The first thing she noticed was that the door unlocked. The deadbolt wasn't thrown. That wasn't like Brittany. She was a single pregnant woman living alone. She locked her doors. But the mom didn't think about that right away. She just walked in, calling out Brittany's name. No answer. The living room was torn apart. Couch cushions were on the floor. Drawers were pulled out of the TV stand and left upside down. Coins and a remote were scattered. But here's the part that stuck with me and everyone else. The flat-screen TV was still bolted to the stand. There was a jewelry box on the counter, and it was open, and inside there was a gold necklace and a ring her grandmother had given her. Nobody touched any of that. If you're going to rob a place, you take that. You don't flip couch cushions and leave the jewelry sitting there. The mom called her name again, and she didn't get an answer. She walked down the hall to the bathroom. The door was open. The bathroom was wet. There was water on the floor, seeping out from under the door, soaked into the bath mat. The tub was overflowing. When you open a door like that, you don't know what you're looking at. The mom said later she saw the water first, and the pile of clothes in the tub, and then she realized the pile of clothes had hair, had a face. It wasn't clothes. Brittany was face up in the tub, submerged. The water had been running long enough that it had flooded the bathroom floor and started making its way into the hallway. Her mom screamed. She ran in, and she remembered afterward that the water was cold. She pulled Brittany up, but there was nothing to do. She was gone. The autopsy said strangulation. Manual strangulation. The medical examiner could see the impressions on her neck. There was also a laceration on her head, blunt force trauma, but that wasn't what killed her. She was choked, and then she was left in the tub, and the water was left running. That's what they found. The apartment, the ransacked living room, that was staged. It had to be. Because no one who's robbing a place bypasses a TV and a jewelry box to knock couch cushions over. Somebody wanted it to look like a break-in. Somebody who didn't know what a real break-in looks like. And here's the thing. There was no forced entry. The door wasn't kicked in. The windows were all locked. The only way someone got in is Brittany let them in, or they had a key. That's where Norman Clark comes into this. Norman was the father of the baby, and Norman was not a good guy. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he killed her, because the courts never proved it. But I'm going to tell you what's true, and you can decide what you think. Norman and Brittany had what people called complicated. That's the word everyone uses when they don't want to say the darker thing, which is that Norman was seeing multiple women at the same time, and Brittany knew it, and they kept going back and forth. He wasn't living with her. She was living in her own place. But he was the father of her unborn son, and she wanted him to be there. She was trying to make it work. That's what her mom said. Brittany was trying to build a family, and she kept believing Norman would step up. The police looked at Norman, and he wasn't hard to find. He was cooperative at first, or he seemed to be. He told detectives he hadn't seen Brittany that night. He said he was at home, asleep. That was his story. But then they pulled the phone records, and this is the part that made people lose their minds. Norman's phone placed him near Brittany's apartment that night. The cell towers put him in the immediate area, not just the city, not just the neighborhood, but within range of the tower that covers her apartment complex. At roughly 1 in the morning, according to the phone records, he was right there. And then, around that same time, his phone went dead. It just turned off. He told the police he didn't remember doing that. He said he might have fallen asleep. But his phone didn't turn back on until later that morning, hours after Brittany's body was already cold. And the texts. They had texts. Brittany and Norman had been texting throughout the night. She asked him to come over. He said he was coming. She said she'd wait up. There was a text that came in around the time his phone pinged the tower near her apartment. Something like, "I'm almost there," or maybe she sent it to him. I don't remember the exact wording, but the point is, they had arranged to meet that night. And Norman said he never made it. He claimed he turned around, went home, fell asleep. He couldn't explain why his phone was off, or why the tower put him right down the street from her apartment for 20 minutes. He just said he wasn't there. Here's the thing that blows my mind. They had 2 male Dina profiles on Brittany's body. 2 under her fingernails and on her neck. They didn't match Norman. They didn't match anyone in the database. To this day, those profiles still don't have names attached to them, so the state had no physical evidence putting Norman in that room. No fingerprints. No nothing. The only proof he was near the apartment was the phone data, and the phone data couldn't put him inside. He could have been walking the dog. Except he didn't have a dog. The first trial was in 2014, I think, or maybe 2015. It took a while. And the case against Norman was all circumstantial. They had motive. He was involved with other women, and maybe Brittany was pushing him to be more involved. Maybe there was jealousy. Maybe there was a fight. They had the phone. They had the texts. But they didn't have the Dina, and they didn't have an eyewitness. And Norman never cracked. He sat there, and he said over and over that he loved Brittany, that he would never hurt his baby, that he was falling asleep when he pulled over, that he wasn't there. The first jury came back, told the judge they were deadlocked. They couldn't agree. The judge sent them back to deliberate, and they came back again, deadlocked. The final vote was 11-1. 11 jurors wanted to acquit. 1 juror held out for conviction. That's the story. The district attorney decided to try him again. The second trial was worse. It was 2 years later. By then, everyone had heard the name Norman Clark. The jury knew about the Dina. They knew about the other women. And this time, the vote was 11-1 again. But it was flipped. 11 jurors wanted to convict. 1 juror held out for acquittal. That single person wouldn't budge. It drove the other jurors crazy. I remember reading an interview with one of them afterward, and they said they spent 3 days in that room trying to convince this one woman, and she kept saying there just wasn't enough proof beyond a reasonable doubt. She kept pointing to the unknown Dina. That was her hill. That was the mountain she died on. So Norman walked. Again, the prosecution couldn't retry him a third time because, at that point, what else could they do? They had no new evidence. They didn't want to bring the family through that again. In 2018, they dismissed the charges against Norman Clark. He's free. He lives in the Knoxville area, I believe. He has other kids now. He never spent a day in jail for what happened to Brittany. And the case is open. It's technically still an open homicide case. But no one's working it. Detective after detective has moved on. The file sits in a drawer, and 2 unidentified Dina profiles sit in a database, waiting for someone to match them. It's not going to happen. Now, let me tell you about the day. Not the trial, not the evidence, the actual day. Because the trials turned everything into a legal argument, and people lost sight of the reality. Brittany spent December 12th doing normal things. She went to her doctor's appointment. She was 38 weeks pregnant. The baby was measuring fine. She texted her mom afterward, said they scheduled another appointment for the following week. She went to the pharmacy, picked up a prescription for prenatal vitamins. She bought a bottle of water and a pack of crackers from a gas station. She went home. She was alone. That evening, she texted Norman. This is from the phone records, so we know the timeline. She texted him around 8 o'clock at night, something casual, like hey. He responded. They went back and forth for a couple of hours. She might have asked him to bring her something to eat. That's what a lot of people think. She wanted him to come over. Maybe they were going to talk about the baby. Maybe they were going to talk about where their relationship was going. One of her friends told investigators that Brittany was at the end of her rope with Norman. She was going to give him an ultimatum. That's what the friend said. I don't know if that's true. But if it's true, then Brittany was going to tell Norman that night that he either needed to be a real father or get out of her life forever. And Norman was the kind of guy who didn't like being cornered. The texts stopped around 11:50. The phone records show Norman's phone connecting to a tower near her apartment at 12:30, roughly. Then his phone went dark at 12:44. Brittany's phone went dark around 1 o'clock. After that, nothing. No more texts. No more calls. The water in the bathtub ran for hours. Edward, that's not the baby's name. Wait, the baby was Ezekiel. Ezekiel was still alive inside her when she died. They performed an emergency C-section at the hospital. That's not something TV shows tell you. They tried to save the baby. The medical examiner and the hospital staff worked on Ezekiel, but he was born too late. He never took a breath. He was buried with his mother in the same casket. I don't tell you that to shock you. I tell you that because so much of the coverage just says pregnant woman found dead. It leaves out that there were 2 victims, Brittany and Ezekiel. And Norman Clark was the father of that second victim. And he's walking around. What did the ransacking mean? Was Norman trying to make it look like a robbery? Or did someone else do it? And did the real killer try to frame Norman? That's the problem with the case. The Dina doesn't match Norman. So either Norman killed her and wasn't athletic enough to leave Dina under her fingernails, which is possible. Strangulation doesn't always leave skin under someone's nails if they can't scratch. Or he didn't do it, and it was someone else, and Norman just had terrible timing and a subconscious need to look guilty. But here's what I can't get past. If Norman wasn't there, why did his phone turn off at the exact time Brittany went dark? Why did he text her that he was coming over? Why did he lie about it? He said he didn't lie. He said he forgot he was going over. You don't forget planning to meet the mother of your child. And why did he never once, in all these years, show up at her grave? I don't know if that's true. I'm just asking. The police had him. They had him on text. They had him on the tower. But they didn't have him in the bathroom. And in our system, if you don't have him in the bathroom, then you don't have him guilty. That's how it works. That's the rule. It just leaves everyone else with no closure. There's a detail from the second trial that I keep thinking about. The prosecutor showed Norman a picture of Brittany's body, the one where you can see the red marks on her neck. They asked him to look at the mother of his child and tell the jury he didn't do that. And Norman looked at the picture. He looked at it for a long time. The courtroom was silent. And then he said, "I didn't do that." And that was it. He didn't cry. He didn't break down. He just said it, kind of flat, like he'd said it 100 times before. Which he had. I also think about the juror, the one who held out for acquittal the second time. She gave an interview. She said, "I just couldn't reconcile the two unknown male DNA profiles. If he didn't match, there was a possibility it was another man." And she's not stupid for thinking that. She was trying to be fair. But I wonder if she knows that those two profiles could have come from a friend who hugged Brittany the day before, or a checkout clerk, or anyone. It's not like Dina under fingernails is the same thing as a murderer. She may have convicted the wrong person in her mind, or she may have set free the right one. We'll never know. That's the horror. The apartment sat empty for a long time. No one wanted to rent it. Then they repainted, changed the carpet, and the leasing office put it back on the market. A couple moved in, I think. They probably didn't know. You don't get those disclosures in a lease. They'd be taking a shower and looking at that tub and not knowing that a woman died there. Or maybe they do know. Knoxville is a small town in a lot of ways. People talk. Brittany's mother still lives in the area. She goes to the grocery store and the pharmacy. She maybe sees Norman sometimes. I don't know what she does when she sees him. I hope I never have to find out. The last thing I'll tell you, and this is the thing that really keeps me up at night, is that Norman Clark's phone was off for almost 6 hours. From 12:44 in the morning until around 6:30, when it pinged a tower back at his residence. And in those 6 hours, he didn't call anyone. He didn't text anyone. He didn't use his phone. And when he woke up, he did not check his phone. That's what the police said. The first message he sent that morning, according to the records, was to a woman who wasn't Brittany. It was another girlfriend. It was something like, "Good morning, beautiful." He sent that at 7:02. An hour after the tower pinged him back home. He didn't ask about Brittany. He didn't try to call her. She was pregnant, and he didn't reach out the morning after she invited him over. And when the police finally found him, he was at work, and he said he wasn't surprised. That's another thing testimony said. When the detective told Norman that Brittany was dead, Norman said okay. He didn't ask how. He didn't ask when. He didn't ask about the baby. He just said, okay. Then he said, "What about my son?" That was the last thing he asked that day. Not what happened to Brittany. Not who did this. What about my son? And then, after they told him the baby didn't make it, Norman sat down and he didn't say anything else. Maybe that's what a man in shock sounds like. Or maybe his questions were already answered because he was there. I'm just telling you the story. Norman Clark went on the stand, swore on a Bible, and walked out a free man. The prosecutors apologized to the family and told them they couldn't do any more. The police department said the case is still open and that they're waiting for new leads. Every year on December 13th, Brittany's mom posts on social media. She writes the same thing, "I love you, baby. I will never stop. And Norman Clark is still out there, somewhere around Knoxville, alive, with his phone on. Story 5. He was at the Grand Avenue Mall earlier that afternoon. He wasn't doing anything special. He was just walking, trying to clear his head. He didn't have much money. He had been staying off and on with people, moving around, trying to stay out of trouble. He remembers a black guy approaching him, a middle-aged white man who looked harmless enough. He was average height, soft shoulders, glasses, a pleasant face. He started talking to Tracy like they were old friends. Said he was a photographer. Said he was looking for guys to take pictures of. Said he would pay $50 for some time. Tracy had been broke for a while. He needed $50. He didn't think twice. That's the part that gets him. He didn't think twice. The guy said his name was Jeff. He suggested they go to his apartment, have a few beers, hang out, maybe take some photos. Tracy thought it was weird, but not scary. It's not like he had plans. He was just trying to get through the day. They walked to an old apartment building on North 25th Street. The Oxford Apartments. It was a rundown building, the kind of place where nobody asks questions. Jeff had an apartment on the second floor. Number 213. Tracy remembered walking up those stairs, 2 at a time, thinking about how he'd spend the $50. The first thing that hit him was the smell. It wasn't just bad. It was wrong. A heavy, sweet odor, like rotten meat mixed with bleach and something chemical. It made his eyes water a little, but he didn't want to seem rude. He walked in and looked around. The apartment was small, with a living room, a kitchenette, a bedroom down the hall. But there were things about it that didn't fit. There were drums in the hallway, big blue plastic barrels, the kind of things used to hold chemical waste. They were filled with some dark liquid. He didn't ask about them. He wished he had. The living room had a big fish tank on a table, but when he looked inside, there was no water in it. Just lights and sand. That was strange, but he kept his mouth shut. There were photographs all over the walls and taped to the refrigerator. Polaroids. He saw some of men, mostly black men, in poses that seemed odd, like they were half-conscious or drugged. He remembers one of a man with his eyes closed, head tilted. Something about that photo made his skin crawl. But he was already there. He wanted the money. He wanted to leave. Jeff handed him a beer. They sat and talked for a while. Jeff was calm, easygoing, a little quiet. He asked Tracy questions about his life, where he was from, if he had any family. Tracy gave short answers. He wasn't there to make conversation. He asked about the photos. Jeff said he wanted to take some pictures of him in the living room. Tracy said fine. He settled into a chair near the window. Jeff went into the bedroom for a moment. Tracy thought he was getting a camera. Jeff came back with a pair of handcuffs. He told Tracy to put them on, said the photos needed a kind of restrained look. Tracy laughed. He thought it was a joke. He told Jeff he wasn't going to do that. Jeff said, "It's just for a minute. Come on, it'll be fun." Tracy was still laughing, but then Jeff put the handcuffs on him. Not playfully. He snapped them closed with a clean click. Tracy set his beer down. He said, "All right, take them off." Jeff didn't answer. He was still holding the handcuff key in his hand, but he wasn't moving. He just stood there, staring at Tracy with something in his eyes that Tracy had never seen before. It was like the pleasant mask had slipped off. Jeff turned and walked to a chest of drawers in the hallway. He opened a drawer and took out a long, thin drill bit. Then he took out the drill itself. He handled it calmly, like he was getting a tool out of a toolbox. Tracy's stomach turned over. He said, "What are you doing, man?" Jeff walked back to him, holding the drill in one hand, the drill bit in the other. "I'm going to drill a hole in your head," he said. He said it the way someone might say they were going to buy groceries. There was no anger in his voice, no frenzy, just a statement. Tracy thought it was a joke at first. He waited for Jeff to laugh, but Jeff didn't laugh. He stared at Tracy. Tracy pulled at the handcuffs. They were tight. Jeff had them locked on one wrist and the other, but not to anything else. He could move his hands together. He moved them behind his back. He tried to get up. Jeff blocked his way. He held up the drill bit and placed it against Tracy's forehead, just above his eyebrow. The metal was cold. Tracy stopped moving. He started talking. He knew he had to keep Jeff calm. He said things like, "Come on, you don't want to do this," and "Let's just talk." Jeff listened, but he kept the drill bit against Tracy's head. Tracy could see the man's face changing. It wasn't angry. It was hungry. That was the worst part. He was looking at Tracy the way a man looks at a piece of meat. Tracy tried another angle. He said he would do whatever Jeff wanted. He said he would be his friend. He said all the things he could think of. Jeff took the drill bit away and stepped back. He seemed to be thinking. He told Tracy to stand up. Tracy stood up. He thought about running, but the apartment door was on the other side of Jeff. The bedroom door was closer. He had an idea. He told Jeff he was feeling a little dizzy. Maybe he should go lie down for a moment. Jeff pointed to the bedroom. Tracy walked in with his hands still handcuffed behind him. Jeff followed. There was a bed and a dresser. Tracy sat on the edge of the bed. Jeff stood in the doorway, blocking it. He put the drill down for a second, just for a moment, to adjust something. That moment was all Tracy had. He jumped up and threw his whole body at Jeff. He hit him in the head with his shoulder, driving him back against the wall. Jeff grunted, surprised. Tracy didn't stop. He swung his arms and caught Jeff in the face with his handcuffed fists. Jeff stumbled. Tracy pushed past him out of the bedroom through the living room. He heard Jeff behind him, yelling. He didn't look back. He burst out the front door and slammed it shut. He ran down the hallway, down the stairs, and out of the building. He was still handcuffed. He ran across the street, breathless, in a panic. He saw a squad car driving toward him. He ran into the middle of the road waving his hands. The car stopped. 2 officers got out. They immediately saw the handcuffs. Tracy was shaking so hard he could barely speak. He told them that the man in apartment 213 had put them on him and had threatened to drill a hole in his head. The officers looked at each other. They thought it was a domestic dispute, or maybe a bad drug deal. They told Tracy to get in the back of the squad car. They drove back to the apartment building. The officers knocked on the door. Tracy was in the car, watching through the window. He saw a man, Jeff, come to the door. He looked calm, collected, as if nothing had happened. He was wearing a sleeveless shirt and looked unbothered. Tracy saw him talking to the officers. He saw them laughing at some point. His heart fell. He thought they were going to believe Jeff over him. He pressed his face to the window, trying to see what was happening. Then one officer put a hand on Jeff's arm. Jeff made a move, and the officer grabbed him. They wrestled him to the ground. Moments later, they walked him out in handcuffs. They were of different quality than the ones on Tracy's wrists. Tracy was taken out of the car. He had to get his own handcuffs removed. An officer used a key. Tracy's wrists were raw. One of the officers went back inside the apartment. This was when everything changed. Tracy was standing outside, smoking a cigarette that another officer had given him. He heard a shout from inside. The officer came out with a pale face. He said something to the other officer. They both went back in. A minute later, one of them came out. and Tracy saw his hands were trembling. He asked the officer what was going on. The officer didn't answer. He just looked at Tracy for a long moment, and then he said, "You need to come with me." Tracy was led into the apartment. He didn't want to go in. He knew it would be bad. He was right. The fridge was open. Inside, on a shelf, next to a jar of mustard, was a severed head. Tracy saw it, but his brain didn't process it. He thought it was a mannequin head, a prop. Then he saw the eyes. They were human eyes. There was no mistaking it. He turned away. He felt bile rise in his throat. The apartment was crawling with police now. They found more things. In a drawer in the living room, they found photographs. Hundreds of them. The officers looked at them, and their faces changed. They looked like they were going to be sick. Some of the photos showed dismembered bodies. Some showed the same black men from the fridge pictures, but they were dead in those photos. Tracy couldn't bring himself to look at the photos again. He kept his eyes on the floor. In the freezer, someone opened it and said, "Oh my God." In the hallway, the big blue drums were still there. They had been there the whole time. The police pried the lids off one of them. The smell that came out of it was unlike anything Tracy had ever experienced. It was thick and rotten and chemical. In the drum, there were human torsos. He heard someone say that. He didn't look for himself. He didn't want to see. The police questioned Tracy for hours. He had to tell them how he had met Jeff. He told them about the mall, the $50, the handcuffs, the drill. They asked him if he had seen anything else in the apartment. He told them about the fish tank with no water, the Polaroids, the strange smell. He told them about the moment Jeff put the drill to his head, and how he knew if he didn't run, he would die. They looked at each other. They told him that Jeff's name was Jeffrey Dahmer, and that he had been arrested on a charge of probable cause for attempted homicide. They thanked him. They told him he was lucky to be alive. It didn't feel like luck. It felt like he was standing in a room full of ghosts. Later, he learned the full truth. Pieces of it came out over the following days. He learned that Dahmer had killed 17 people. He learned that the first one had been killed in the 70s, when Tracy was still a teenager. He learned that Dahmer had done things to the bodies that no human should ever do. He learned that one of the drums was filled with acid, with dissolved parts of bodies. He learned that Dahmer had taken Polaroids of his victims after he killed them, and sometimes even while they were still alive before he killed them. He learned that Dahmer had tried to create a shrine with skulls, and that he kept some parts of the bodies in his bedroom, in a chest of drawers, and under his floorboards. He learned that Dahmer had eaten parts of some of his victims. That was the detail that broke something inside him. He would wake up in the middle of the night with a feeling that the drill was being put to his head again, and he would see Jeff's eyes looking at him the way a man looks at a meal. He also learned that some of those boys had been like him. Young, broke, willing to go with a stranger for a little money. One of them had been a 14-year-old. He had been returned to Dahmer by the police, because Dahmer convinced them the boy was his 19-year-old boyfriend. That was one of the many failures. Tracy thought about that too often. What if the police had looked just a little closer? What if they had searched the apartment? That boy would have lived. But they didn't. He was asked if he wanted to press charges. He said yes. He sat across from Dahmer in court, but he didn't look at him. He was afraid that if he looked, he would see the same calm, empty face that had stared at him over the drill bit. He testified. He told the story. He didn't cry. He kept his voice flat. He wanted to show that the man had not broken him. Jeffrey Dahmer was eventually convicted of 15 murders. He was sentenced to 15 life terms. He told the court that he did not feel hate for anyone, and that he was sorry for what he had done. Tracy didn't believe him. He knew what he had seen in that apartment. He knew that there was no sorry in that man's eyes. Now, years later, Tracy still doesn't like to be in small rooms with the door closed. He doesn't like the smell of bleach mixed with anything else. He never wears anything that restricts his wrists. He thinks about that night every day, but he doesn't let it rule him. He survived. That's all he can say. He still carries one image with him. When he was in that apartment before the police arrived, while Jeff was in the other room, he caught a glimpse of a Polaroid on the refrigerator. It was a young black man, smiling, sitting in a chair. Later, when the police took the apartment apart, Tracy saw the same photo in their hands. He asked one of them about it. The officer told him that the man in the picture had been identified. He had been one of Dahmer's victims, discovered in the drums. Tracy never knew his name, but he couldn't forget his smile. That chair he was sitting in, the one in the photo, was the same chair Tracy had been sitting in when Jeff put those handcuffs on him. He didn't think about it then. He didn't know. But he knows now. He knows that when he sat down on that chair, he was sitting in a dead man's place. The photo was a few days old. The man in it was already gone by the time Tracy sat there. Tracy took his place, and he got up. He got up, but that's not what haunts him. What haunts him is this. He doesn't know how many other chairs Dahmer had in that apartment, and he doesn't know if any of the Polaroids showed someone who had been sitting in that same chair with a smile that looked a little bit like his own. He only saw one photo. They found hundreds. Story 6. For people who don't live in Herndon, Virginia, you need to understand the street. It's the kind of neighborhood where driveways are too clean, where people wave at each other but don't know each other's names, where the only thing that ever happens at night is a dog barking or a car door slamming. On the 24th of February, 2023, it was cold enough that the grass cracked under your shoes. Christine Banfield had invited her sister to stay over with the kids a few nights before, because Brendan was supposedly away on a work trip. Except he wasn't. He was 20 minutes away, in a motel, waiting for a signal from Juliana. Juliana had been living in the Banfields' house for almost a year by then. She came to the United States on an au pair visa, fresh out of a small town in Brazil, with a smile that made people trust her immediately. Christine had taught her how to make American pancakes, how to read the kids' allergy labels at the grocery store, how to call poison control when the youngest somehow got into the dish soap. And Brendan, who came home late and left early, started looking at Juliana a certain way. He started texting her in Portuguese even though he didn't speak it. He started telling her that Christine didn't understand him, that she was only keeping the house for the money, that he was trapped. Juliana believed every word. When Brendan told her that everything could finally be theirs if Christine just disappeared, Juliana thought he meant a divorce. But that afternoon, at around 4:15, Juliana sat in her little room in the basement, wearing a pair of Christine's old leggings, swiping through a fake dating profile that Brendan had made. It used Christine's name, her photos, a bio that said looking for a good time while the husband is away. The profile was connected to a burner phone that Christine had never touched. But Joseph Ryan didn't know that. Joseph Ryan was a guy who lived down in Arlington, worked a normal job, had a profile that Brendan had been watching for weeks. When Joseph started messaging, Juliana typed back exactly what Brendan had instructed her to say. "Come over tonight. My husband's out of town. The kids are sleeping. The back door will be unlocked." She felt a little sick, but Brendan called her a genius. She told herself that Joseph was just a decoy, that nothing would actually happen, that Brendan would scare him off and then all the pressure on Christine would be over. The timeline is important here. At 5:46, Joseph texted that he was on his way. At 5:52, Juliana walked upstairs and found Christine in the laundry room, folding a giant pile of towels. Christine looked up, smiled, and asked Juliana if the kids had eaten their carrots at snack time. Juliana said yes. She still remembers that Christine smelled like lavender fabric softener. At exactly 6:01, the doorbell rang. Christine frowned, said she wasn't expecting anyone, and walked toward the front door. Juliana felt her legs go behind her. She knows she should have said something. She didn't. Joseph Ryan came in through the front door, but he wasn't wearing anything weird or carrying a weapon. He was just a regular guy in a gray jacket who looked confused when he saw Christine. He started to say, "Wait," I thought, and then Brendan came out of the hallway closet, behind him, wearing latex gloves and holding a metal flashlight. The first hit went to Joseph's temple. Juliana heard the crack, like a branch snapping. Joseph fell to his knees, and Brendan hit him again. Then, again. Christine started screaming in a way that Juliana had never heard from a real person, like air leaving a balloon, sharp and quick. Brendan turned, and Juliana saw his face for the first time that day. He wasn't angry. He was concentrated, like a man changing a tire. He looked at Christine and said, "This is your fault," and then he grabbed the kitchen knife from the block that Juliana had reorganized that morning. What happened next, Juliana described in a voice so low the court reporter had to ask her to repeat it. Brendan grabbed Christine's hair with his gloved hand, pulled her head back, and stabbed her in the neck. Not once. Trust me, you don't want the count. Juliana backed into the pantry door and slid down to the floor. She watched the whole thing through the gap between the refrigerator and the wall, like she was hiding from the eye of a storm that was already right on top of her. The only sound was the wet, churning noise. When Brendan finally let go, Christine didn't even fall. She slid straight down the laundry room wall, leaving a long red line. Brendan stood there, breathing heavy, and then said, "Okay, call 911 now." Juliana couldn't move. So Brendan took the phone from his own pocket and pressed the buttons while he was still holding the knife. He wiped his hands on his jeans, made sure there was no blood on his face, and screamed into the phone. And, this is the part that breaks your brain, he screamed with a voice that was not his own. He screamed in panic, in terror, in that sweet, broken tone of a husband who just found his wife dead. He told the dispatcher that a man had broken in, that he had come home from a work trip and found a stranger attacking his wife, that he had to fight the intruder, that he killed him with a knife, that his wife was gone. He pointed at Joseph's slumped body on the floor, and Joseph's eyes were still open. Death is never like the movies. Joseph was just lying there, mouth a little open, one hand clutching his own wallet, dust on his jeans. The police arrived in under 6 minutes, which in Herndon is almost a miracle. Juliana was sitting on the floor in the pantry, covered in a weird mix of coffee grounds and cold sweat. She told them the same story Brendan had told. She said she was hiding. She heard the fight. She didn't see anything. The cops bought it. They took her outside, sat her on a lawn chair in the cold, wrapped a silver emergency blanket around her shoulders. She watched them load Christine into a bag and Joseph into another bag, and at one point the detective handed her a cup of water and asked, "Did you know the male suspect?" And Juliana said no, and she never felt the lie leave her mouth. It just went out into the cold air along with her breath, and no one caught it. For 6 days, she lived with that lie. She even went to the funeral. She cried. She was good at it, because she had plenty of real tears. She cried because she knew, and she knew that Brendan knew she knew, and every meal he made her after that tasted like a threat. Then came the moment that actually broke the case. The police pulled the phone records from the burner. They found the dating profile, the messages, the exact date and time of Joseph Ryan's arrival. They found Brendan's car on a traffic camera 2 blocks away at 4 in the afternoon for a guy who was supposed to be out of town. And they went back to Juliana. The second interview was not in the living room. It was in the police station, under a flickering fluorescent light, and the detective didn't offer her water this time. He put her phone in front of her and said, "We know you wrote these messages. We know you were the profile. We need to decide if you are a witness or a suspect." Juliana folded after 11 minutes. They say she didn't even ask for a lawyer. She just started talking, and once she started, she couldn't stop. She told them everything. How Brendan had planned it for 2 months, long before the profile was created, going back to the days when he and Juliana would sit on the back porch after Christine fell asleep, and he would say things like, "If she died, I'd get the insurance, the house, full custody, and I could bring you here permanently." She told them about the day Brendan bought the phone from a prepaid kiosk in Loudoun County, paid in cash. She told them about the rehearsal the night before, when she and Brendan drove to Herndon and walked around the block, pretending to be random people, timing the distance from the back door to the front door. She told them that Brendan's master plan was for Joseph to be found dead on the floor, believing that Joseph would be the only suspect, because everyone would assume a home invasion had gone wrong. And if anyone asked, Brendan was away, a perfect alibi. The police would blame Joseph for Christine's death, the case would close, and Brendan would collect the insurance and split it with Juliana. But here's the detail that I still can't sleep with, and I'm telling you this because it came directly from Juliana's own mouth in her plea hearing. On the drive back from the motel that morning, Brendan showed her a note he had written. It was a page torn from a small notebook, folded twice, and it looked like it had been written 5 times before, because there were scribbles and cross-outs. He read it to her in the car. It was supposed to be Joseph's suicide note. Brendan had practiced writing a note that would look like a disturbed man's confession, saying that Joseph had become obsessed with Christine, followed her online, and decided to kill both her and himself. That way, even if the police didn't buy the robbery, they would buy the murder-suicide. The note never made it into the house. Brendan left it in the glove compartment of his rental car, and when the police searched the car days later, they found it, still folded, still smelling faintly of his cologne. That was the moment forensic analysts realized the whole thing was a stage. Juliana pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter, which still feels like a joke to me, but it was the deal. She agreed to testify against Brendan. In her testimony, she described that final, sick moment of the night, after the police had left, after the yellow tape went up, after Christine's sister had arrived crying and collapsed on the lawn. Brendan found Juliana in the kitchen, and he didn't whisper or tell her they were safe. He just smiled, and in that same concentrated, calm voice he said, "Now we're free." And Juliana looked past him at the spot on the floor, where Christine's body had been, where the blood was already drying into that dark, sticky ruin, and she thought, "This man killed his wife while I watched." She didn't say that out loud. She just nodded. He went upstairs to console his own children. Juliana stayed at the kitchen counter, staring at the blood, and she realized she had never actually seen a man's hand the size of the stain near her fingers. That was the day. All of it, from the carrot sticks to the funeral to the confession, if you count the pressure building in her chest, it all happened within those 24 hours. The date was February 24th, 2020. 2023. In the news, they make it sound like a long conspiracy, but the actual horror, the part that Juliana will never unsee, happened in the time it takes to boil a pot of water. And the thing that makes this story stick in your throat is a detail that never made the press release. When Joseph Ryan fell to the floor and lost his wallet, the wallet flipped open before it slid across the tile. And lying there, looking up at the ceiling beside his body, was a picture of Joseph and his mother at a beach in New Jersey, both laughing, both covered in sand. The police bagged it as evidence. And here's the part Juliana didn't tell anyone until months later. When her therapist finally pulled it out of her, she doesn't remember the sound of the knife entering Christine's body, even though she heard it. But she remembers the smell of the sand, faint, like old sunscreen, coming off that photograph. She remembers thinking, through the chaos, he was someone's child. And then she watched Brendan pick up the knife, wipe it on his jeans, and place it in Joseph's dead hand so the police would find fingerprints. Juliana Perez Magalhaes will spend years in prison, probably more than she should, and she'll testify at Brendan Banfield's trial in 2025. The last time she was interviewed by a state investigator, she says she has nightmares about the doorbell. Not the sound of it, but the pause between the second and third ring, where Christine stopped folding towels and looked up at Juliana with a quiet expression of almost seeing something, but then dismissing it. Juliana still doesn't know if Christine knew what was about to happen. She wonders if Christine had a chance to even feel afraid. But then she remembers something else. When Brendan stabbed her, Christine didn't yell for the kids. She yelled for Juliana. She shouted Juliana's name twice. And Juliana, hiding behind the refrigerator, listened while Christine pleaded, "Juliana, please." Christine thought Juliana was a witness, an innocent woman like herself. She didn't know the au pair had chosen the other hand, and in the entire testimony, Juliana never said what she answered, if she answered at all. The last thing she ever told the detective before they led her out of the room was this. She didn't say please back. She watched Christine die without ever saying a word, and she's spent every night since then wondering if those two words, that one moment of silence, are the part of the crime she can't ever be pardoned for, even after she's out of prison. The date was February 24th, 2023. The doorbell never rang again, but Juliana still hears it, in the middle of the night, exactly 3 times, and she always wakes up before the third ring. Story 7, he still smells it sometimes. Not the blood, not the brine, but the sawdust. That's what got him. Sawdust and salt. He says he can't walk past a butcher shop without his stomach twisting into a knot, and even now, all these years later, he has to cross the street when he sees a jar of pickled anything. People think he's being dramatic. They don't know. December of 1924. Minsterberg, a town where everybody knew everybody, a place where you nodded at strangers and left your door unlocked. It was a Tuesday morning, cold enough that your breath hung in front of your face like a ghost. He was at the station, just starting his shift, nursing a cup of coffee that had gone cold because he was reading the paper. Routine, boring, the way he liked it. Then the shouting started. A constable came running in, says there's a man collapsed in the street near the Danke house, bleeding from the head. He was covered in blood, not like a scrape or a fall. This was pouring, the kind of blood that makes you wonder how someone is still standing. The man's name was Vincenz Olivier, a drifter. He'd been seen around town for a few days, quiet, kept to himself, the kind of man who slept in haylofts and asked for bread at back doors. He was sitting on the curb, holding his skull, and he kept saying the same thing over and over Denk tried to kill me. With an axe. A pickaxe. Now, that didn't make sense to him. Karl Denke? Papa Denke? The old butcher? The man who gave soup to the poor, who handed out bread to the drifters, who sang in the church choir on Sundays. Everyone liked him. Kids called him Papa because he was always kind, always tipping his hat, always had a little something in his pocket to give. He must have been 64, a small, wiry man with a gray mustache and eyes that crinkled when he smiled. The idea of him swinging a pickaxe at someone was absurd. It was like finding out your grandfather was a murderer. But the blood was real, and the panic in this man's eyes was real. So they went. He was one of the officers who walked to the Denke house that morning. It was a modest place, whitewashed walls, a small garden out front, a little sign that said Karl Denke, butcher, smoke was coming out of the chimney. Everything looked normal. Too normal. That's the thing he remembers most, the absolute stillness of the street. The neighbors were peeking through their curtains, but nobody was outside. Nobody wanted to get involved. Denke opened the door calmly. No surprise, no fear. He was wiping his hands on his apron, and he smiled when he saw them. Asked if they'd come about the noise. Said he'd heard something earlier. Hoped nothing was wrong. He had flour on his sleeve. That image is burned into his memory. Flour on a murderer's sleeve, like he'd just been baking bread. They asked him if he knew Vincenz Olivier. Denke frowned, thoughtful. He said he'd given him a meal the night before. That was his way. Charitable to a fault. He invited them in, no hesitation. Said, come in, it's cold out there. I'll make some coffee. The moment he stepped across the threshold, he felt it. Not the smell. The smell came later. It was the air itself. Heavy, damp, like a cellar that had been sealed too long. And there was a sweetness underneath, a sickly sort of sweetness, the kind you can't place, but you know shouldn't be there. Denke led them into the kitchen. It was spotless. Clean floor, clean counter, a pot hanging on the wall. But there was a stain on the wood near the back door. Dark, almost black, soaked into the grain. He pointed at it, asked what it was. Denke said, blood. I slaughter my own animals. Of course. Of course he did. He was a butcher. That was normal. Then they asked about the pickaxe. Denke went pale, not white, pale. The blood drained out of his face like someone pulled a plug. He didn't run. He didn't fight. He just stood there, frozen, like a man who knew the game was over. And then he said something that stuck with him for the rest of his life. He said, I'll need to get my coat. They took him to the station. He was cooperative. Too cooperative. He didn't ask for a lawyer, didn't demand to know what was happening, didn't even seem angry. He sat in the cell and folded his hands on his lap like he was waiting for a bus. 2 days later, he was dead. Hanged himself with his own suspenders. No note, no explanation, no confession. Just left the whole world guessing. But before that, they searched his house. He was the one who went back with the search team. He was the one who walked through the door with a lantern and a notepad, expecting to find some evidence of a fight, maybe a weapon. That's what they were looking for. A pickaxe, a sign of a struggle. That's what he'd written in his head on the way over. Find the weapon, charge him. Done. He didn't find the weapon first. He found the ledger. It was in a drawer, in the bedroom, under some old shirts, a leather-bound notebook, worn at the edges, filled with handwriting so neat it looked like a schoolteacher's. Names, dates, amounts. At first, he thought it was a business ledger, a list of meat sales, prices, customers, but then he read a few lines closer. The dates went all the way back to 1903, and next to each name there was a small notation, a symbol, a cross, like a check mark, like someone keeping score. There were 31 names in that ledger. 31. He counted them 3 times because he didn't believe his eyes. Ida Lawner. That was the first one, written in pencil, dated back in 1903. 20 years of names. 20 years of small, quiet handwriting, documenting something he didn't yet understand. And at the bottom of each page, in Denke's neat script, the letters R.I.P. That was when he started to feel sick. The cellar door was locked. They had to break it open, and when it swung open, the smell hit him like a physical blow. He's a grown man, a policeman. He's seen corpses. He's pulled bodies out of rivers. He's been at autopsies where the doctors had to wear vinegar-soaked masks. Nothing prepared him for that smell. It was sweet and rotten at the same time, like meat left out in the sun. But underneath it, there was something chemical, something sharp, something that stung the back of his throat. He went down the steps first, lantern raised. He saw the saw first, a big industrial bone saw hanging on the wall, clean and oiled. A cleaver, knives of every size, arranged in a neat row. And then he saw the jars, row after row of jars on wooden shelves, dozens of them. Glass jars with metal lids, the kind his mother used for pickles and preserves. But these were filled with something else, something pale, something suspended in a cloudy liquid. He thought, for one terrible moment, that they were cuts of meat, hams, loins, things a butcher would have. But the shape was wrong. These weren't cuts, these were pieces, specific pieces. He saw a jar with toes in it, human toes. Fingers, pieces of muscle, perfectly separated, like someone was sorting cuts for a stew. He remembers counting, because the police report made him count. 120 toes. 150 pieces of rib. He wrote those numbers down in his notepad, and his hand wouldn't stop shaking, and he kept wiping his palm on his trousers because the sweat was making the pencil slip. There were clothes, too. Piles of clothes in a corner. Coats, shirts, shoes, cheap things, worn things, the kind of clothes a drifter would wear. And all of them, every single one, had small, neat patches sewn on them. Denke had been mending their clothes. Why would you mend a dead man's coat? Why would you fold it and keep it? Then they found the shoelaces, boxes of them, hundreds of them. Braided leather, braided thread, braided something else. He didn't know at first. He picked one up, felt it between his fingers. It was soft, smooth, a little greasy. He asked what it was made of. That's when one of the older constables went white and said, "That's hair. Human hair." Denke had been selling them door to door, had a permit for it. The town council had given him permission to peddle his wares. He was a beloved old butcher with a permit to sell shoelaces made from human hair, and he'd been doing it for years. The worst part wasn't the seller. The worst part came later, when they were cataloging the meat. Because there was a ledger for that, too. Not the names, the sales. The market in Rocall. Denke had a stall. Every week, he went, sold his goods. The label on his stall didn't say beef or pork. It said goat flesh. People bought it. They didn't know. They couldn't have known. It's not like there were signs. It was just a nice, cheap cut of meat from a friendly old butcher with a gray mustache and a kind smile. He sold all of it. Never came home with leftovers. The town had been eating him. For years, people he knew, people he'd shared coffee with, people who'd praised Papa Denk for being so generous to the poor. They'd sat at tables with their families, chewing on a roast, praising the Lord for the affordable meat. And it was him. It was that drifter who'd passed through 2 weeks ago. Or the traveling salesman who never made it to the next town. Or Heda Lawner, 1903, the first name, the one who started it all. He also found a coat that belonged to a man named Rochus Pollock. The name was on a small tag inside the collar. Pollock had disappeared about 3 weeks before all of this, and his family had been searching for him. They found the coat in Denk's bedroom, hanging on a peg, freshly brushed and mended. He'd been wearing it, probably, wearing a dead man's coat while he went to church. And then there was Edward Troutman. He'd been sitting in prison for a year, a young butcher from the next town. He'd been convicted of killing a woman whose body was found near the river. The evidence was circumstantial, but it was enough. They'd locked him up, and his name had been dragged through the mud. The day they searched Denke's cellar, another officer pulled out the ledger and found Troutman's name listed alongside the victim's. The same victim he was imprisoned for killing. Denke had done it, had thrown the body in the river, had let a young man rot in prison for a year, and had kept the receipt. He was released weeks later, a free man. But you don't get those years back. You don't get that time back in your cell, screaming that you didn't do it, watching your family grow distant, feeling the walls close in. Denke did that to him. And then Denke just hung himself, took the easy way out, left everyone else to deal with the truth. The strangest part, the part he can't get out of his head, is the garden. After Denke was dead, after the search was done, after the jars were taken away in crates and the house was sealed, people stood outside and looked at the garden. It was a neat little patch. Tomatoes, I think, or cabbages. Well tended. He stood there, looking at the soil, and he thought, he can't explain why, he thought about how green it was, how well everything grew. And he remembered that Denke used to tell people he used bone meal on his plants, said it was the secret to his big vegetables. That was in 1924. He left Mensterberg not long after and never went back. Couldn't. The town was haunted for him, and not in a ghost story way, in a real way, a concrete way, a way that had jars in it. Decades later, after the war, after the whole town became Polish and changed its name to Zbici, he heard a story. A new family bought that house. They were doing some digging in the garden, planting a tree, and they found a skull. Then another. Then a whole row of them, buried shallow, packed under the tomato patch. Some were old, some weren't that old. They say the new owners just filled in the hole and moved out, didn't want to deal with it, didn't want to live in a house with that underneath it. He still has the notepad, the one with the numbers. He keeps it in a drawer, wrapped in cloth, and he says he doesn't know why he keeps it. It's not evidence anymore. It's not important. But sometimes, at night, he takes it out and opens it, and he looks at that neat column, 120 toes, 150 ribs, 31 names. He looks at it, and he tries to convince himself it was real. Because it doesn't feel real. It never felt real. A man with a kind face, and a permit to sell shoelaces, a town that ate roast every Sunday, and smiled at the butcher on the way to church. He says the worst part isn't what Denk did. The worst part is how easy it was. How long he got away with it. How many people sat at his table and praised his generosity while his basement was full of them. The oddest thing, though, and this is the detail that he hates, the detail he can't shake, is that Denke's ledger wasn't just a list of deaths. It was a list of victims with their items. He wrote down what he took from each one. A coat, a pair of boots, a watch, and one, Just one, near the end of the page, next to a name no one ever identified, has a notation in his handwriting that he asked 3 other officers to confirm. It wasn't a symbol. It was a small, neat word. Denke had written it in pencil, as if he'd added it in later. It said, "Thank you." Story 8, on August 10, 1996, the heat in Pennsylvania was the kind that sticks to your skin and doesn't let go. Eastern City Cemetery was empty that Saturday, which was normal. People didn't come to visit graves when the air felt like a wet blanket. But a groundskeeper was doing his rounds, checking the old sections. That's when he noticed the door to one of the old crypts wasn't closed all the way. The crypt belonged to a family nobody remembered anymore. The stone was cracked, the iron gate rusted, but the door, the heavy slab at the front, was pushed in a few inches. He thought maybe kids got in there to drink or smoke. He yelled out a warning. Nobody answered. He pushed the door open and went in. The smell hit him first. He covered his mouth and backed out. Called the police from his truck. When the cops arrived, they had to brace themselves. The crypt was small, maybe 8 feet deep. There were old shelves along the walls where coffins used to rest, but they had been cleared out years ago. In the middle of the floor, there was a bundle. Newspapers, old newspapers, yellowed from someone's trash, spread over something. At first, they thought it was a pile of junk, but the smell told them different. One of the officers lifted the edge of a newspaper with a pen. He saw a leg, a dark-skinned leg, swollen with what looked like burn marks and bruising running up the thigh. The body was face down. The lower half was bare. No pants, no underwear, nothing. The newspapers were laid over her like a blanket, like someone was trying to hide her, but also like they didn't really care. They called the coroner. By then, the whole area was cordoned off. The crypt was an old stone vault, and the heat inside made everything worse. The body had been there for weeks. The coroner later said decomposition was advanced, but not complete. The entomologist studied the flies and beetles in the crypt and estimated death around late July, so the girl had been lying in that stone box for nearly 2 weeks. The wounds were what made the case stick in everyone's minds. Whoever did this didn't just kill her. They hurt her first. The coroner documented cigarette burns, or maybe something else. There were marks from a coat hanger, heated up and pressed into her skin, on a child's body. And she was a child. When they finally got a look at her face, they could tell she was young, very young. But she had no ID. No purse, no shoes, nothing. The newspapers were no help. They were just old copies of the local paper from months before. Somebody had grabbed them from a recycling bin or a garbage pile. The police put out a missing persons alert. But nobody in Pennsylvania had reported a missing black teenager that summer. So they expanded the search. A detective from the homicide unit started going through records from New York, because the city was close enough and had a lot of runaways. That's when a name came up. Richa, a 13-year-old runaway from the city. She had been missing since July, but the family had reported it to the NIPT, and the case had gone cold. The dental records matched. Richa was the girl in the crypt. She had been using the street name Maiden. She was one of those kids you see on the street, trying to look older than she was, hustling to survive. Her family was devastated. Her mother came down to Pennsylvania for the identification, and she broke down right there in the police station. She kept saying her baby was only 13, and the detective had to look at her and say, "Yes, ma'am." She was 13. The problem was, who did this to her? The torture made it look like a personal grudge, or maybe a punishment. That's when Kathleen came forward. Kathleen was a prostitute. She worked the streets in that part of the city, not far from the cemetery. She showed up at the precinct 2 weeks after the body was found. She was nervous, jumpy. She kept looking over her shoulder. She told the detective she might know something about the girl. The detective initially didn't take her seriously. That's the part that makes you think about how unfair the world is. If a lawyer or a teacher had walked in with that story, they would have been listened to. But Kathleen was a prostitute, and she had a record, and she looked like she hadn't slept in a week. The detective almost sent her home, but she wouldn't leave. She said she had to talk. She said she knew the people who did it. And she told a story that was so specific, so messed up, that the detective couldn't just wave her off. Kathleen said that in late July, she was at a house in the city. It wasn't her house. It belonged to a guy she knew, a small-time dealer named Corey Mayweather. Another guy, Kwame Henry, was there too, and a third man named Stanley Obus. They were all involved in the drug trade, the kind of guys who ran the corners and didn't like being ripped off. Kathleen said she was there because she was doing business with them. She didn't say exactly what kind of business. Maybe she was using, maybe she was selling herself. She didn't want to go into details. But what she did describe was this. The 3 men brought a girl into the basement. The girl was young. Kathleen said she thought she was older at first, because she was dressed in adult clothes, but when she got a look at her face, she knew. This was a kid. She said the girl was crying. She kept saying she didn't take anything. Corey and Kwame were yelling at her, accusing her of stealing $2,000 worth of drugs from their stash. The girl, who Kathleen later found out was Richa, or Maydun, kept saying no, I didn't take nothing. But they didn't believe her. The basement was not finished. There was a concrete floor, a bare bulb on a wire, and old boxes stacked along the walls. Kathleen said she was sitting on a step near the top of the basement stairs when they dragged the girl down. She didn't say a word. She didn't know what to do. If she said something, maybe they would hurt her too. She sat there and watched. They told Risha she was going to pay for the drugs one way or another. Then they started hitting her. Punching, slapping, kicking. Kwame had a pair of pliers from his toolbox. Corey had a coat hanger. They heated the hanger with a lighter. Kathleen said she could smell the girl's flesh burning. She heard the screams. She said the whole thing lasted about 40 minutes. 40 minutes of continuous torture. Kitchen utensils, spoons, forks, a whisk. They used whatever was in the kitchen. And all the while, Stanley stood at the top of the stairs, guarding the door. Just making sure nobody came down. Making sure the girl didn't get out. Kathleen said Stanley didn't take part in the beating, but he didn't stop it either. He just stood there, arms crossed, looking at the floor. When it was over, Riesha wasn't moving. Kathleen said she thought she was dead. The 3 men didn't panic. They had a plan. They wrapped her body in a sheet or a blanket, and then they put her in a heavy-duty trash sack. Kathleen said she watched them carry her up the stairs, out the back door, and load her into a car. She didn't know where they were taking her. She didn't ask. She just stayed on that step, shaking, until they came back 2 hours later, washed off the blood in the kitchen sink, and told her she better keep her mouth shut if she knew what was good for her. When Kathleen finished telling the detective this, she was crying. Not the kind of crying you do to get sympathy, the kind you do when something is stuck in your head and you can't get it out. She said she hadn't been able to sleep for weeks. She didn't want to go back to that house. She said she knew the police might not believe her because of who she was, but she said her conscience was eating her alive. She said somebody had to tell the truth about what happened to that girl. The detective had the story checked against the crime scene. The details fit. The time frame fit. The torture wounds matched the types of injuries Kathleen described. The only thing she didn't know was where they dumped the body. The cops already knew that. The crypt in the cemetery. They had found Risha exactly where the three men had left her. Still, it took time to find the evidence to make arrests. Corey Mayweather was picked up a few days later. Kwame Henry wasn't there. He'd already left town, and the cops suspected he was trying to get out of the country. Stanley Opus was found working at a car wash on the other side of town. He looked like a normal guy. Big guy, yes, but not scary. Just a guy earning a paycheck. The key piece of evidence didn't come from any of the men's confessions. It came from a piece of Big Red chewing gum. During the search of the crypt, an evidence technician noticed something stuck to one of the newspapers. It was a wad of gum. Big Red. The kind you know from the red wrapper. Anybody could have dropped it. But it was found right near the body, and the position of it looked like someone had stepped in it, or maybe dropped it while kneeling. The lab tested it for saliva. There were partial bite marks in the gum. A forensic odontologist compared those marks to dental impressions from the suspects. When they got Corey Mayweather's dental records, it was a match. The bite marks on the gum matched the structure of Corey's teeth. That put him not just at the scene of the murder, but at the exact spot where the body was dumped. That's what broke the case open. Corey knew the gum was his. Once the evidence came back, he decided to talk. He gave a statement in which he admitted to his role. He said the girl had come to the house trying to buy drugs, and then money had gone missing. He said he and Kwame lost their tempers. He described the beating. He described the torture. He said he was sorry. He said he didn't mean for it to go that far. But his words rang hollow when the medical examiner's report showed 40 wounds on the girl's body, some of them inflicted with tools that would make a normal person sick to think about. Kwame Henry was arrested later in Trinidad, where he had fled to live with relatives. He was extradited back to Pennsylvania and stood trial. He got life without parole. Corey Mayweather also got life without parole. Stanley Opus was convicted as an accomplice. The judge said that even though he didn't strike the blows, he stood at that door and made sure no one interrupted. That made him part of it. He got 20 to 40 years. But the part that stays with you isn't the sentencing. It's the way Risha was left in that crypt. No one even looked at her until the groundskeeper found her 2 weeks later. She was covered in old newspapers, like she was nothing, like she was trash. A 13-year-old girl, thousands of miles from her mother in New York, killed because 2 grown men believed she stole drugs they couldn't even prove she had taken. Kathleen testified at the trial. She was the only eyewitness. She told the jury exactly what she saw. When she left the stand, she walked past Corey Mayweather, and he looked at her with this cold stare. She said she still remembers that look. She said she'll remember it for the rest of her life. Risha's mother sat in the front row every single day of the trial. She wore a locket with her daughter's school photo inside. She never spoke to the press. But when the verdicts were read, she let out this sound, like a sigh and a sob at the same time. The detectives said they could hear her in the back of the courtroom. They could still hear it in their heads for days. The last detail that nobody likes to talk about is the crypt itself. After evidence collection was done, the cemetery workers sealed it back up. They put a new lock on the door, but the stone is still cracked, and the name of the family that used to be buried there is almost worn away. Some of the local kids today say the place is haunted. They say you can hear crying coming from behind the door on hot summer nights. They don't know the truth. It's not a ghost. It's the memory of a little girl from New York who never got to grow up, left in a coffin that wasn't hers, with nothing but newspapers and a piece of chewed big red gum to tell the world what happened. Story 9. He knew the temple before he ever set foot in it that night. Wat Phrom Kunaram, out in the desert near Phoenix, where his grandmother used to go. He'd gone with her once or twice when he was younger, mostly to sit in the shade outside and wait while she talked to the monks. They were kind people. They'd given him cold water from a jug and smiled at him like he was someone worth smiling at. He never forgot that. He was 17 now, in Rots, walking around like he had a future, and he still remembered those smiles. The plan wasn't his idea. That's another thing he tells himself to this day. Jonathan came up with it. Jonathan Doody, his friend from the Cadet Corps, the kid who watched war documentaries like other kids watched cartoons. Jonathan wanted to be Air Force. He talked about strategy, about night ops, about taking ground. They were cadets, which meant they'd done field exercises, simulated raids, paintball-style drills where the point was to be aggressive and decisive. Jonathan had started calling the temple thing a war game. Alex kept telling him no. He said no in the car. He said no while they were loading up the guns. He said no while they were driving out past the city lights into the dark, flat desert. But he still came. He still carried the shotgun. He was afraid of what Jonathan would say if he backed out. He was afraid of being the weak link. The night of August 9th, 1991, was hot. The kind of hot where the air doesn't move and your shirt sticks to your back even at 9 o'clock at night. They drove out in a car that smelled like old cigarettes and dirty floor mats. The radio was on low, talk radio or something. No one was listening. Jonathan talked about how monks had money from donations, how nobody would be awake, how it'd be over in 15 minutes. Alex held the shotgun between his knees and watched the road lights disappear behind them. They parked down the road and walked the rest of the way in the dark. The gravel cracked under his boots. He remembers thinking that the sound was too loud, that someone would hear it from miles away. There were crickets everywhere, loud and constant, and the stars were so clear they almost gave him a headache. When the temple came into view, it was dark except for a few windows with candles in them. The gates were open. They walked right in like they belonged there. The back door was unlocked. That's still the part that haunts him in a weird way. They didn't break in. They didn't have to. It was just open. They stepped into the hallway, and the smell of incense hit them. A sweet, heavy scent that made Alex think of his grandmother's house during the holidays. The walls were covered with Buddha images, golden and calm. And then, someone turned on a light. Alex still doesn't know who did it. Maybe one of the monks heard something. The light came on, and suddenly there were faces. Old men, young men, a woman in white robes, and a boy about Alex's age wearing a loose shirt and shorts. The boy looked like he'd been asleep. He looked confused. Then he looked scared. Jonathan didn't hesitate. He had the rifle up and he was shouting, his voice hard and loud, nothing like the way he talked at school. Down. Get down. Everyone on the ground. Alex opened his mouth, but nothing came out. His hands were locked around the shotgun. He felt like he was watching himself from the ceiling. The monks were shouting in Thai, some holding their hands up, some trying to pull each other back. The nun grabbed one of the younger monks by the arm like a mother pulling a child out of traffic. She was old, maybe 60, with sharp eyes and a face full of fear. Jonathan pointed the rifle right at her chest. That stopped everything. The room went quiet except for breathing. Then one of the monks, the tallest one, with gray hair, started speaking in a low voice, almost a whisper. He was praying. The others joined him. Alex could understand bits of it because his family had spoken Thai around him his whole life. They were asking for protection. They were asking for mercy. Jonathan made them move into the living room. That's where the circle happened. He ordered all 9 of them to kneel on the floor in a circle, facing inward. 7 monks, the nun, and the boy. Alex remembers walking among them, herding them like the cadet exercises he'd done 100 times. The word grid and perimeter kept going through his head, drilled in from training. He couldn't feel his face. His hands were numb around the shotgun. "Pray," Jonathan said, once they were in the circle. "Pray, and you'll live." The monks kept chanting, soft and low at first, then louder, a sound that filled the room and lifted into the air like smoke. The nun was crying, but she was praying too, her voice cracking. The boy wasn't praying in Thai. He was speaking English under his breath, so fast and low Alex almost couldn't make it out. "Please God, please God, please God." That prayer went into Alex and got stuck somewhere in his chest. It stayed there for hours, for days, for years. Nobody knows how long they stood there. Alex thinks it was about an hour. His arms ached from holding the barrel up. He kept waiting for Jonathan to say it was over, that they'd made their point, that the war game was done. Jonathan paced around the circle, scanning them like he was a commander surveying prisoners. He didn't look like a kid. He looked different. Empty, then Jonathan stopped pacing. He walked over to a wooden chair and pulled it into the room. He sat down in front of the circle, facing them. He looked at Alex and said, "We're going clean up." Alex didn't understand. That's the true part. He didn't understand until the rifle went off. The first shot didn't sound like a gunshot in the movies. It sounded like a hammer hitting a piece of metal in an empty room. Sharp, flat, loud enough to sting. The monk at the top of the circle, the one praying the loudest, dropped forward onto the carpet. His head was down. He'd been bowing as he prayed. That's why the shot went where it did. The papers later said they were all shot in the back of the head, execution style. They were all bowing when he shot them. Alex's legs locked. He couldn't move. Jonathan calmly shifted the rifle to the next monk, lined up the shot, and fired again. The body slumped forward. The prayers in the room broke, turned into wails and screams. Some of the monks tried to run, but their legs were asleep from kneeling, and Jonathan just stood up and followed them with the barrel. He was calm. Cold, like he was shooting at targets at the range. "Stay down," Jonathan said. "Stay down or I'll do it again." They stayed. Alex doesn't remember how many shots Jonathan took. He remembers the smell, gunpowder mixing with incense, the sharp stink of blood starting to fill the room. He remembers the sound of the bolt sliding forward, again and again. He remembers the nun. She was on her knees with her hands clasped in her lap, her head bowed, her lips moving in a prayer he couldn't hear over the sobbing of the others. She was the calmest person in that room. He knows that sounds like something from a story, but he saw it. She wasn't fighting. Then the monk with the gray hair broke, the tall one, the one who had started the prayer. He got up. Maybe he was trying to make a run for the back door, maybe he was trying to grab Jonathan's rifle. Alex never knew. His robes flew behind him as he lunged, and Jonathan didn't even flinch. He raised the rifle from a sitting position and put a shot into the back of the man's neck. The monk went down hard, skidding across the tile floor. He didn't get up. Alex's knees buckled. He dropped to the ground, not because he was ordered to, just because his legs gave out. There was blood on the carpet, dark and spreading. The nun turned her head and looked right at him while this was happening. through the smoke, through the noise, while Jonathan was already lining up the next shot. She looked at him the way his grandmother used to look at him when he'd done something wrong. Not angry, sad, and she said something in Thai, slow and deliberate. He heard it clearly through the ringing in his ears. She was asking him to stop. Not the gunfire, not the shooting. She was asking him to stop himself, to look at what he was becoming. Jonathan screamed at him to shoot her. He was yelling the plan. It wasn't even a plan anymore. It was just noise. Alex raised the shotgun. His hands shook so hard he could barely hold it up, and instead of pointing it at her, he pointed it at the floor beside her and pulled the trigger. The shotgun went off like a bomb in a closet. The pellets tore into the carpet, splintering the wood underneath, sending dust and debris into the air. The nun flinched and fell sideways. A few of the pellets caught her. He never knew how many, and she let out a sound that wasn't a scream, more like air coming out of her lungs. She went down, but she was alive. He could see her chest moving. Jonathan was furious, but he had the .22, and he turned back to the circle and kept going. Alex sat on the floor and watched him, frozen. The last one Jonathan shot was the boy. The white-shirted boy who'd been praying please God the whole time. The boy had stopped praying. He was just sitting there, staring at the wall, like he'd gone somewhere else in his head. Jonathan walked around behind him and fired. The boy fell forward. When it was done, the room smelled like a burning church. Smoke in the air, incense, sweat, blood. The circle was perfect, a ring of 9 bodies on the floor, arranged as if they'd been positioned there. Alex looked at it and realized they had been positioned, not by whoever would find them, by Jonathan's shooting. Jonathan got up and walked over to the wall with a knife. He carved the word Bloods into the plaster, dragging the blade like he was writing on paper. It took a couple of minutes. The letters were crooked and shallow, written in a kid's handwriting, which is exactly what it was. He said they needed to make it look like a gang hit, to mess with the cops. Alex didn't respond. He couldn't remember how to make words. They walked out through the back door into the desert air, and the night didn't feel hot anymore. It felt cold, even though it was still 100 degrees. Alex drove. Jonathan was shaking too hard to hold the steering wheel. Neither of them said a word until they were back on the main road. What happened after that is a blur. They hid the guns. The shotgun got buried out in the desert. Alex scrubbed it with a wire brush until his hands were raw. The rifle went into the trunk of a car and stayed there. For those first weeks, Alex didn't sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the boy's face, the nun's lips, the monks' bowed heads. He heard the prayers over and over, the Thai words he couldn't unhear. He started praying himself, not to any god, just to something, begging to be told it wasn't real. And then, the police arrested 5 men from Tucson. Alex watched it on the news with his mother, and the relief was so violent it made his stomach lurch open. They had confessions. They had suspects. They were talking about how the Bloods gang had done it. The case was closed in everyone's mind except his. He thought it was over. He thought God had let him get away with it. Then, a few months later, the traffic stop happened. Some cop somewhere pulled over a car and found the rifle in the trunk. That's how the whole thing collapsed. Not through a grand clue, not through a brilliant detective, just a routine stop that turned the world upside down. The gun was traced. The names came back. And suddenly, all those false confessions from the Tucson men didn't matter. The cops came for Alex and Jonathan instead. The interrogation room was small and cold, with a one-way mirror that made Alex's skin crawl. He sat in a metal chair for hours. The detectives talked to him in soft voices, then loud voices, then soft again. They dangled the truth in front of him, offered him deals, offered him leniency, said just tell us what happened and we'll make sure you're safe. Alex knew he wasn't going to be safe. He knew there was no room in the world where Jonathan's face wasn't sitting behind his eyes. He confessed. Not because they broke him, not because he wanted to. He confessed because he had to say the words out loud, had to make it true, had to stop carrying the version of it that was stuck in his head. He told them about the war game, about the circle, about the nun, about the boy's prayer that never ended. When he finished, the room was quiet for a long time. Then one of the detectives said, "Okay, write it out." Years later, the 5 Tucson men were released. They'd spent years in jail for something Alex and Jonathan did. They won millions of dollars in settlements. People talked about the case as an example of forced confessions, of police coercion. The interrogations were studied in training seminars for cops who wanted to learn what not to do. Alex read about it in his cell. He feels responsible for a lot of things, but that part, the 5 innocent men, sits on him like a world weighing on his shoulders. He's in prison now. 125 years plus more. A lifetime multiplied. He's gotten older. He's watched the world go on without him every day, from the same rectangle of a cell, with the same names cycling through his head. He's never told anyone the last thing he remembers. Not the detectives, not the lawyers, not the cellmates who asked him what he did. It's the one memory that doesn't fit, the one detail that has no explanation, and it's the only one that still gives him nightmares. When he and Jonathan walked out the back door that night, Alex stopped on the threshold for one last look. The room was full of smoke and blood and silence. But he saw the nun move, just a little. Her fingers twitched. Her head lifted, maybe an inch off the carpet. And her mouth was moving. She was still whispering a prayer, the same prayer she'd been praying the whole time. Not praying for her own life, praying for his. He looked at her, and she looked back at him. One hand reached out, barely toward the wall where Jonathan had carved the word that meant nothing. Her lips moved one more time, and Alex heard the words in his head as clearly as if she'd shouted them. She was saying that she forgave him. He walked out. He walked away. He never told anybody that she was still alive when he left. By the time anyone else found them, she was dead with the rest. The official record says 9 bodies. But Alex Garcia knows there were 9 bodies and 1 prayer in that room that night. And the prayer didn't die. He's been in a cell for more than 3 decades, and he still hears it. Every night. In the silence. A voice he can't match to a face. A prayer that never stops. A forgiveness he never earned. He'll die in this prison. And he knows what he'll hear when he goes. Not his own name. Her voice. Still praying. Still waiting for the boy with the shotgun to stop what he's become. Story 10. He woke up on the floor. The ceiling fan was spinning slow, making a click on every 3rd rotation. He didn't remember getting down there. The last thing he remembered was the bottle of whiskey and a call from Emily that he didn't answer. The sun was already bright through the blinds. It was hot. It was always hot in July in San Diego, but this felt different. This felt like the heat was pressing on the whole apartment, pushing the air down. Travis Cooper stayed on the floor for a while. He counted the click of the fan to keep his mind from going where it always went in the morning. The sound of his own breathing was loud. His mouth tasted like copper and old beer. He ran his tongue over his teeth and felt the grit. There was a cut on his right hand, across the knuckles. He didn't remember how he got it. There was a dried line of blood running down his middle finger. He looked at it like it belonged to someone else. He pushed himself up. The room tilted a little. He grabbed the edge of the couch and waited for it to settle. The apartment was a mess. Empty bottles on the coffee table, a pizza box on the floor with a slice of something growing mold on it. His uniform jacket hanging on the back of a chair like he was still in service. He hadn't touched that jacket in weeks, but he couldn't move it either. The phone buzzed on the table. He knew it was her before he looked. A message from Emily. "I'm coming over after my shift. We need to talk. About the VA. Please be there." He read it 3 times. The word please made his chest tight. He didn't reply. He put the phone face down and walked to the bathroom. The mirror told him what he already knew. Dark circles under his eyes that looked like bruises. A beard that hadn't been trimmed in weeks patchy on the sides. His lips were dry and cracked. He turned on the tap and drank straight from the faucet, letting the water spill down his chin. For a second, it felt good. Cold. Then he thought about her face when she talked about the VA program. The pity in her eyes. He didn't want pity. Pity made him feel like a dog that hadn't been housebroken. He went back to the living room and kicked the bottles into a corner. He pulled on a clean t-shirt from a pile on the floor. It was frayed at the collar. He ran his fingers through his hair and tried to smooth it down. The phone buzzed again. "I'm leaving soon." He didn't answer. He stood by the window and looked out. The street was empty. A woman was walking a dog 2 blocks down. A car was parked with its windows down, music playing some song he didn't recognize. It was a normal day, but everything felt off. The colors were too bright. The sounds were too sharp. Then a car backfired, and he hit the floor before he even knew what he was doing. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. He lay there on the floor, face against the dusty linoleum, and told himself it was just a car. Just a car. It's just a car. He stayed down for a full minute. Then he got up, laughed at himself, shook his head. He was a 26-year-old man with no injuries, no war happening outside his window, and he was hiding from a car that needed a tune-up. Emily would have told him that was a symptom. That was what she would say. "That's a symptom, Travis." She always said that. She was a nurse, so she had a label for everything. Hypervigilance, flashback, panic disorder. She had a name for all the broken pieces inside him, but she didn't have a name for what it felt like to be him. He made coffee, but his hands were shaking so bad he spilled the grounds all over the counter. He didn't wipe them up. He just stared at the brown powder scattered across the white surface. His hand was still bleeding. The cut had opened up again. He wrapped a napkin around it. The coffee was too strong and too bitter, but he drank it anyway. It burned his throat. He drank it standing at the sink, staring at the reflection of the window in the stainless steel. The lock turned around 11 in the morning. He knew the sound. He had given Emily a key because she was here so often, but he always hated that click. It meant someone was coming into his space without him being ready. He could feel his body tense up. His shoulders went tight. His jaw clenched. He put the mug down and turned to face the door. Emily walked in. She was wearing her scrubs, light blue with darker blue pants. She looked tired. There were circles under her eyes that weren't as dark as his, but still there. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun. She had a tote bag over her shoulder. She didn't smile. She looked at him, then at the mess, then at the napkin on his hand. "Hey," she said. "Hey," he said back. She closed the door behind her. She didn't come closer. She stood by the entrance like she was waiting for him to say something. He didn't. Silence filled the room. The ceiling fan clicked. She started talking about her shift. There was a patient who died, a kid. A boy, 8 years old, car accident. She said she sat with him while he passed. She said the family was in the hallway. She started crying then, not a loud cry, just tears running down her face, her voice shaking. She said she couldn't stop thinking about the boy's mother. She said she couldn't stop thinking about him too, about his nightmares, about the way he flinched at loud noises, about the way he woke up screaming. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. I read about a program at the VA. It's for veterans with combat trauma. They help with the drinking, the anger, the sleep. You'd have to go inpatient for a few weeks, but it could work. Please, Travis, I'm begging you. He heard the word anger, and it hit him like a slap. So, I'm the kid who needs fixing. That's what you think. That's not what I said. You said anger. You said drinking. You're listing off everything wrong with me. I'm trying to help you. Help me? You think talking about sand and suffocation is going to help me? You think sitting in a circle with a bunch of guys staring at their feet is going to help me? His voice was rising. He couldn't control it. He felt the heat climbing up his chest. I can't watch you kill yourself, she said. She said it softly, like she was giving him bad news about someone else. Kill myself? You don't know what killing is. You sit in a hospital and hold people's hands. I held a man's head together in a ditch in Helmand Province. You don't know what killing is. No, she said, I don't. That's why you need to talk to someone who does. She took a step closer. She reached out and touched his arm. He flinched. He pulled away like she had burned him. Her face changed. For a second, she looked afraid. She covered it quickly, but he saw it. She was afraid of him. Don't be scared, he said. I'm not scared of you. I'm scared for you. I don't need you to be scared for me. Travis, you haven't slept in days. You're drinking every night. You told me you saw your buddy's face in the window of a restaurant last week. That's not normal. He wasn't there. I know. But I saw him. You need help. I don't need help. I need people to stop telling me I need help. She started talking about his buddy. His name was Ramirez. Travis had told her about Ramirez a long time ago when they first started dating, and he thought he could explain himself. Ramirez had been standing next to him when the eye went off. Travis found the pieces. He told Emily that one time and never again. But she remembered. She brought it up now. She said you never dealt with Ramirez. You carry him everywhere. I think you're holding on to that guilt, and you need to let it go. That was the moment. He felt something snap inside him. Not a loud snap, more like a wire twisting until it could twist no more. The room changed. The colors blurred. The fan clicked slower. He heard his own heart beating. He heard the sound of wind, or maybe it was blood in his ears. He looked at Emily, but he didn't see her. He saw a shape, a person standing there, an outline that could be anything. He turned and walked to the kitchen. He didn't think about it. His hand opened the drawer. His fingers wrapped around a wooden handle. It was the knife they used to cut vegetables. The blade was long and sharp. He had sharpened it himself a few weeks ago because he couldn't stand how dull it was. He didn't remember doing that either. He turned around. Emily was still standing by the couch. She was still talking. Her mouth was moving. He couldn't hear the words. He just saw her lips moving and heard a low buzzing in his head. She looked at his hand and her eyes widened. She said his name, louder. Travis, he didn't plan it. He didn't feel a decision. It was like his arm moved on its own. He raised the knife and came at her. She put her hands up, but too late. The blade caught the side of her neck, right under the jaw. It was so easy. It felt like cutting through warm butter. There was a spray of red, hot and wet, across his face. He felt it on his cheek, in his mouth. The copper taste was thick. She made a sound. A gurgle. A wet, choking noise. She fell back onto the couch, then slid down. Her hands went to her throat, blood pushed between her fingers, then around them. Her eyes were open, huge, locked on him. She tried to say something. No words came out, just the gurgle. He was on top of her. He didn't remember moving, but he was kneeling over her. He raised the knife and brought it down into her chest. The handle shuddered. He pulled it out and brought it down again and again. He was telling her to be quiet. He was saying, shut up with every strike. But she wasn't making noise anymore except the gurgle and the wet sound of the knife going in and out. He doesn't know how long it went on. A minute, maybe less, maybe more. When he stopped, his arm was burning. The knife was still in his hand, slick with blood. He looked down. Her chest was a mess. Her scrubs were dark red. Her throat was open. Her eyes were still open, but they weren't looking at anything. He let go of the knife. It landed on her stomach and slid off onto the floor. He sat back on his heels. He looked at his hands. They were covered. Blood under his nails, between his fingers, all the way up to his elbows. He was shaking. He heard the gurgling sound again, but then realized it was coming from him. He was making a sound from the back of his throat, like he was trying to breathe through water. He crawled backward until his back hit the wall. He sat there, knees up, arms wrapped around them. The ceiling fan clicked. The blood was spreading across the floor, a dark stain that moved slowly toward his foot. He watched it. He said, "I didn't mean it." He said it out loud, quiet. He said it again. He kept saying it until his voice went hoarse. The neighbors started banging on the wall. A man shouted something. Then there were more voices in the hallway. Someone was yelling. The door rattled. He didn't move. He kept his eyes on the stain. It was reaching the tip of his shoe. Then, the door burst in. Men with guns, shouting, pointing. He looked up. A face screamed at him to put his hands in the air. He didn't have the knife anymore. It was on the floor, next to her. He put his hands up. They were covered in red. They pulled him to his feet. One of them said something about a pulse. Another said, "Call it." He couldn't understand them. He was still whispering. "I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it." They handcuffed him. The metal was cold. They pushed him against the wall and frisked him. He could feel the blood drying on his face, tightening his skin. They read him his rights. He didn't listen. He looked over his shoulder at Emily on the floor. Her keys were next to her, fallen out of the tote bag. A little keychain with a cartoon whale on it. That little whale stared at him. The rest of the day was just snapshots. The back of a police car, the smell of plastic and sweat, a holding cell with a bench and a toilet, a lawyer coming in, a young man with a tie too wide. The lawyer said, "They say she threatened you. You said she attacked you." Travis said no. The lawyer said then, "Why did you do it?" Travis said, "I don't know." The lawyer sighed. The trial came later, months later. He heard the words second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter and temporary insanity. His lawyer argued he was in a dissociative state, reliving an ambush. He said Travis thought he was fighting an enemy, not an unarmed woman. They brought in a doctor who talked about the brain and stress and the smell of diesel. The prosecution brought in the pictures. They showed the jury the girl on the floor. They showed the knife. They showed the hole in her throat. Emily's family was in the front row every day. Her mother wore a blue sweater even though it was hot in the courtroom. She never cried once. She just stared at Travis. He tried to stare back, but he couldn't. He looked at his hands instead. The jury came back after 4 days. guilty of second-degree murder. The judge sentenced him to 30 years. He listened to the words, and they sounded like someone else's name. Travis Cooper. 30 years. He was 26. He would be 56 when he got out. He would be older than his father was when he died. Now, he sits in a cell in Chino. He has been there for several months. He still sees the knife. He still feels the handle in his palm. He still hears the gurgle. But there is one thing that keeps him up under the fluorescent lights. One detail that doesn't fit. When the police asked him, in the car, "Why did you keep stabbing her?" he answered without thinking. He said to make the screaming stop. He said it clearly. He heard himself say it. But later, when he thought about it, he couldn't remember her screaming. He only remembered the gurgle, the wet sound of her throat closing. He never heard a single scream. Not one. So he has been lying on his bunk, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out why he said that. And a few nights ago, it came to him. He was the one screaming. During the attack, he was screaming so loud his own ears were ringing. He didn't remember it at first because he never heard it. He was the noise he was trying to stop. And the worst part is, he knows she heard it. She heard him screaming like an animal while he killed her, and she was lying there, choking, unable to tell him that the sound was coming from him. He wonders if that's what finally killed her. Not the cuts, not the blood loss, the terror of hearing the man she loved scream like a stranger while he destroyed her. He still can't look at his hands, but he also can't stop hearing the sound. And no matter how many years he spends in this cell, that sound will never go away. Because it wasn't her, it was him. And he can't say he didn't mean it, because the man who did it was still him. Story 11. First, you have to understand who Susan was before all this. She wasn't some monster. She was a former dancer, not the kind that gets on stage and smiles, but the kind that works at clubs and learns to read the room, to keep a smile on her face while men put their hands on her. She was trying to get out of that life. She was a nursing student. She had a 5-year-old boy. She wanted to be someone. And then she met Jeffrey Andrew Wright in 1997 after an unplanned pregnancy. He seemed like the stable one. He had a job, he had a house, he had a plan. She thought she was lucky. But Jeffrey was a different person behind closed doors. Susan's mother testified later that her daughter would call her sometimes with a shaky voice, saying Jeffrey had gotten angry again, that he'd taken her car keys, that he was controlling every dollar she spent. He gave her a meager allowance, like she was a teenager, not his wife. He demanded perfection. The house had to be spotless. The dinner had to be exactly right. The boy had to be quiet. And if Susan failed, well, she learned to take the bruises where no one could see them. She learned to lie about the broken things in the house. She lived in that quiet, jaw-clenched terror that's so easy to hide from the outside world. On that morning, January 13th, it was a Monday. Susan's son was 5. He was being a normal 5-year-old. Loud, messy, clumsy. He knocked over a glass of milk at breakfast. Jeffrey exploded. He didn't just yell. He hit the child. Susan found them in the kitchen, the boy crying on the floor, Jeffrey standing over him with a raised hand. And something in Susan just stopped working. She didn't think. She didn't plan. She didn't have a final straw moment where she rationalized it. She just walked to the bedroom and started moving on autopilot. Here's where the story gets impossible to hear without feeling sick. Susan knew that Jeffrey had a thing for what you'd call rough stuff. He liked to be in control, but he also had this fantasy where he would be tied up and at her mercy, not in a romantic way, in a degrading way. He liked the idea of doing something forbidden and degrading. She had played along before because it kept him calm, because it kept the violence aimed somewhere that wasn't her skin. But on that day, she used that knowledge like a weapon. She lured him into the bedroom. She put on something from the back of the closet. She told him she had a surprise for him. He smiled. He believed her. She got him to lie down on the bed, and she tied his wrists to the headboard with neckties, the kind of thick silk ties you wouldn't want to have planted against your skin. She tied his ankles to the footboard with her robe belt, the terry cloth one, the kind that never comes undone easily. He was grinning. He thought it was foreplay. And then she took her underwear, the pair she had been wearing that morning, still sweaty and warm from her body, and she gagged him with it. He made a muffled sound. He still thought it was part of the game. Then she left the room. He probably thought she was getting the candles or the lotion or whatever they used, but she came back with a small knife. Not a kitchen knife, not a carving knife, a small paring knife, the kind you use to peel fruit. She had found it in the kitchen drawer. It was barely 6 inches long. She stood over him, and he must have seen something change in her face. He started to struggle, but the ties held. What happened next lasted a very long time. She started stabbing him, not with deep, merciful strokes, shallow cuts, dozens of them. The medical examiner later counted 193 separate wounds. A lot of them were superficial, meant to hurt, not to kill. She slashed his chest, his arms, his stomach. She cut him where skin is thin and nerves are close. He was screaming into the underwear, but the sound was muffled. She didn't stop. She didn't cry. She didn't hesitate. She just kept moving, methodically, like she was slicing bread. Then she found the candle. There was a candle on the nightstand, they used them in their games, for wax play. She lit it, held it over his genitals, and let the hot wax drip. He bucked against the ties. She thought about the boy. She thought about the bruises. She thought about all the times she had to force herself to smile at the grocery store. And she poured more wax. The amazing, horrifying thing is that Jeffrey didn't die right away. He was strong. He survived the first few dozen wounds. He survived the candle. It took time. Minutes, maybe longer. Susan says she doesn't know exactly how long it took. She remembers a sense of him going still, but the details are blurry. The only thing she remembers clearly is the weight of the knife in her hand, and the way the blade felt when it hit something that wasn't skin. A rib, maybe. The sound was like a stick snapping on pavement. When it was over, the bed was soaked. The sheets were heavy with blood. Jeffrey's eyes were open. She didn't close them. She had a moment of clarity, like the fog lifted. She realized she had to get rid of the body. And here's the detail that still gets me. Jeffrey had dug a pit in the backyard a couple weeks earlier because he wanted to build a fountain. He had even told Susan, "I'll dig a hole for the base." That hole was still there, open, waiting. Susan went to the pit. She dragged Jeffrey's body by the wrists, and the skin on his arms was so torn that it slipped under her hands. She had to wrap her hands in his shirt just to get a grip. She rolled him into the pit. She didn't cover him with dirt right away. She went back inside and started cleaning. She stripped the bed. She soaked the mattress with bleach. She scrubbed the walls where blood had splattered. She threw the knife into a drain and ran water. She showered, changed clothes, and drove to the grocery store. She bought more bleach. That day, she was a perfect housewife. Blue gloves, scrub brush, careful movements. Then she called the police. She reported him missing. She said she was worried because Jeffrey had a temper and had gotten into a fight. Maybe he'd gone to a bar. Maybe he'd hurt himself. she cried a little. The police believed her. For a while, but here's the part that makes it so unsettling. The police didn't find the body for weeks. They treated it as a missing person. They came to the house, asked questions. Susan sat in the living room, nursing a cup of coffee, wearing a sweater that hid the scratches on her arms from the struggle. She broke down and cried at the right moments. She told them Jeffrey was abusive, that he had a violent side, that she was scared, but she wanted him back for the boy's sake. The police wrote notes. They went away. What made it unravel? Her mother. A few days later, Susan's mother came over to help with the boy. Susan couldn't hold it in anymore. She broke down completely. The details came out. She told her mother what she had done, where the body was, what she had felt. Her mother was a religious woman, a practical woman. She looked at her daughter, and she had to choose between her daughter and a dead man. She chose to call the police, not because she wanted to condemn Susan, but because she couldn't live with the lie, and maybe because she knew that the truth would come out anyway. When the police dug up the backyard, they found Jeffrey's body in the pit. He still had the neckties around his wrists. The medical examiner counted the wounds, 193. The defense later argued that the number itself was proof of a crime of passion. That's what they called it. Susan was convicted of murder in 2004. The jury didn't buy the self-defense argument, not completely, because Jeffrey was tied up and gagged. He couldn't hurt her. That was the problem with the evidence. She didn't kill him in self-defense. She killed him in something that looked a lot like revenge. She got 25 years in prison. Later, after her lawyers appealed, they brought in evidence of Jeffrey's past abuse, the forced sex, the beatings, the financial control. It didn't make her innocent, but it made the sentence smaller. The judge reduced it to 20 years. She was paroled in 2020 after serving about 17 years. She's in her 50s now, a different woman, quieter. But the haunting part, the part that stays with you, is what Susan says about the knife. She said she didn't feel like herself that day. She felt like something else was moving her arm, that she was watching from a corner of the room while another version of her did those things. That's a classic thing to say in court. That's what everyone convicted of something says. But Susan has also said, years later, something that didn't make it into the trial because nobody asked. She said the worst part wasn't the stabbing. The worst part was the moment after she poured the wax, when Jeffrey looked at her with an expression she couldn't read. She thought he was looking at her with hatred. But just before he died, his eyes changed. They looked relieved. She doesn't know why, and that's the detail that keeps me up at night. Did Jeffrey welcome death because he knew it was over? Did he forgive her? Did he think he deserved it? Or did he look at the woman he had broken and realize that he had made her into something worse than him? Susan still doesn't have an answer. She tries to live with the not knowing. But she doesn't sleep much. And she never tells anyone what happened in that room, except that she's not sure if the knife was the weapon that killed him, or if it was the years of his own cruelty that did it. Her son, the boy Jeffrey hit that morning, he doesn't remember that part. He only remembers waking up in his room and hearing his mother's voice singing a lullaby she hadn't sung in years, while she scrubbed her hands in the bathroom until the skin cracked. She says she still has nightmares, but in the nightmares, Jeffrey isn't tied to the bed. He's sitting at the kitchen table holding a glass of milk, and the boy is laughing. But Susan is standing at the door with the knife in her hand, and she doesn't know if it's the same morning or a different one. She always wakes up before she decides. Story 12, he knew what it was about. Everyone in the Bay Area knew what it was about. The Zodiac had been in the papers for years. and Rick had been living under that shadow for a long time, even before the letters stopped coming. He'd just turned 30, but he looked older, the kind of face that had been through something. People at the radio station said he was intense, a movie buff who could quote every line from The Exorcist but couldn't remember his own mother's birthday. That was the thing about Rick. He lived inside his head. He pulled on a pair of dark pants and a shirt that was probably clean enough. His hands were shaking when he tried to button it. That surprised him. He wasn't a nervous guy. He'd handled projectors with tangled reels and splice joints broke mid-show, and he never panicked. But this was different. This was a detective wanting to talk, and Rick knew that detectives didn't call you in just to ask about the weather. He drove over in his old Ford, the one with the passenger door that didn't open from the outside. The morning fog was burning off, and the city looked almost peaceful. He couldn't look at the streets the same way anymore. He passed the block where Officer Richard Raditich had been shot in the head while sitting in his patrol car. That was about 4 blocks from his apartment. He always avoided that street when he could, but today he didn't have a choice. He saw the little memorial someone had put up, a wilted flower and a small flag, and he turned his head away. The Hall of Justice was a big, ugly building. He'd walked through those doors once before, years ago, when he'd reported a stolen projector. This time, it felt heavier. A clerk led him to a small room with a metal table and 2 chairs. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Rick sat down and waited. Detective Ken Neuro came in around 11:15. He was an older guy, gray hair, tired eyes. He didn't look like the kind of cop who scared you. He just looked like a man doing a job. He set a folder on the table and sat across from Rick, not saying anything for a moment. Then he asked, "You go by Rick Marshall, right? But your birth name is Joe Don Dickey?" Rick nodded. He hated that name. He'd legally changed it years ago because he wanted something that sounded cleaner, more like a movie star. "What's this about?" he asked, even though he knew. Naro opened the folder. There were photographs, copies of letters, maps, the Zodiac stuff. Rick had seen it all in the papers. But seeing it there, in a police file with his name attached to it, was different. Nero started asking questions. Did he own a Royal typewriter? Rick said he used to, he thought. Back in the mid-60s. He'd sold it at a garage sale, maybe. Nero wrote something down. Did he work at KTM Radio? Yes, Rick said. He did a weekend film review, but mostly he was a projectionist for a local theater. Naro asked about the call letters. He asked if Rick had ever used a Philip Glass typewriter at that station. Rick didn't know what a Philip Glass typewriter was. Naro slid a photograph across the table. It was a page from a confession letter related to a murder in Riverside. A girl named Cherry Jo Bates. The typeface looked clean, sharp. Naro said, "This was typed on a Royal." "You ever see this before?" Rick's throat went dry. He told him no. Naro kept pushing. He asked about the Exorcist letter, the one where the Zodiac had quoted Tit Willow and written my name isn't Willow. Rick had heard about that. It was all over the news. But Naro asked if Rick had ever made the connection between Willow and Dickey, like a bird, a willow dickey. That was when Rick felt the floor tilt. He didn't know what a willow dickey was. He didn't know anything about birds. But the way Naro said it, slow, deliberate, made it feel like a trap. The questions went on for 2 hours. Naro asked about his whereabouts on certain nights. The night Paul Stein was shot in a taxi over at Washington and Maple. The night the lovers were shot at Lake Herman Road. The crazy thing was, Rick didn't remember most of those nights. He'd been working odd hours, drinking sometimes, spending time at the cinema. He couldn't give a solid answer for any of them. He told Nero he was probably at the radio station or at home alone. Naro wrote that down too. At around 1:30, an evidence technician came in with a fingerprint kit. Rick had to roll his fingers in the black ink, one by one, pressing them onto the card. He could feel the technician's hands on his, guiding him. It was clinical and weirdly intimate. Naro watched from the corner. He said, "We're going to compare this to the partial print we got from Stein's cab. If it's a match, we'll know. If not, we'll probably still be talking." He didn't smile. Rick wanted to say something clever, like in the movies, but he couldn't. He just sat there, watching his own fingerprints form on the white card. They let him go around 3. Naro said they'd be in touch. He also said, almost as an afterthought, "You might want to be careful. There are people who think they can solve this case on their own. Writers, investigators. One of them's been talking to a friend of yours, Bob Vaughn. You know Bob, right?" Rick said yes. Bob was the theater organist. They'd known each other for years, shared a love for old silent films and the kind of music that came with flickering black and white images. Naro nodded. "Graysmith. He's the one writing the book. He's been asking a lot of questions. If I were you, I'd keep your head down." Rick walked out of the building into the afternoon sunlight. He felt like he'd been holding his breath for 2 hours. He got in the car and just sat there, gripping the steering wheel until his hands stopped shaking. He didn't want to go home. Home was full of movie posters and old reels, and that strange, quiet emptiness that had started to feel like a prison. He needed to be around someone who understood. So he drove to Bob Vaughn's place. Bob lived in a small bungalow near the theater where he played the Wurlitzer on weekends. It was a neat little house, cluttered with sheet music and organ parts. Bob was a thin man with thick glasses and a nervous laugh. He let Rick in without asking questions. He just looked at Rick's face and said, "Bad day?" And Rick nodded. They sat in the living room with the curtains half drawn. Bob made coffee. It was weak, but Rick drank it anyway. He told Bob everything. The fingerprints, the questions about the typewriter, the thing about the willow and Dickie. Bob listened, frowning. Then he said, "They talked to me too, you know. Last month. Some detective. And then that Graysmith guy showed up at my doorstep twice. He's convinced someone in this neighborhood is the Zodiac. He's crazy." Rick remembered the name. Graysmith. The guy who wrote that book about the case. He'd seen him on a talk show once, rambling about codes and ciphers. "I met him once," Bob said, stirring his coffee. "He's a strange guy. He looks at you like he's trying to peel off your skin. He asked me if I ever played the organ in a movie theater while someone filmed it. I don't know what that means." They talked for a while. Rick started to relax. Bob put on a vinyl record of some old silent film score, and the music filled the room. It was almost normal. For a few minutes, Rick could pretend he wasn't a suspect in the biggest murder case in California history. And then the doorbell rang. Bob looked out the window. His whole body went stiff. "It's him," he whispered. "It's Graysmith." Rick felt his stomach knot. He stood up. "I shouldn't be here." Bob grabbed his arm. "Wait. He can't see you. He'll think it's a confirmation. He'll think we're in it together. Just go upstairs. Hide in the spare bedroom. I'll get rid of him." Rick didn't argue. He went up the stairs quickly, his footsteps loud on the old wooden steps. He found the spare bedroom, a cramped room with a single twin bed and a stack of old magazines. He closed the door and pressed his back against it. He could hear the front door open. Voess, Graysmith's voice was higher than he expected. Fast, excited, Bob and Graysmith talked in the living room. Rick could hear muffled words. Zodiac, typewriter, royal exorcist, Graysmith was asking about the Titwillow line. Bob was deflecting, saying he didn't know anything. Rick stood there, not daring to breathe. He heard Bob say, "I have to take a call. Be right back," and then the sound of Bob's footsteps going toward the back door, his voice fading as he stepped outside. He'd left Graysmith alone in the living room. Rick didn't know what to do. He didn't want to be in the same house as that man, but he couldn't leave. The bedroom had a window, but it was too high to jump. So he stayed still, listening. The music from the record player stopped. He could hear Graysmith moving around, opening drawers maybe. Then, silence. Rick shifted his weight. The floorboard under him groaned. It was a small sound, barely audible. But he heard Graysmith stop moving. A long pause. Then the front door slammed, footsteps running down the porch steps, a car engine starting, tires squealing. Rick stayed there for what felt like minutes. Then he opened the door and went downstairs. Bob came in through the back door a few seconds later, pale. "What happened?" he asked. Rick told him about the floorboard, about Graysmith running. Bob laughed, but it was a dry, hollow laugh. "He thinks you're up there waiting for him. He probably thinks you're the Zodiac." Rick looked at the empty living room. The curtains were still drawn. The coffee cups were still on the table. It felt like they'd just been visited by a ghost. He said, "He's not gonna stop, Bob. He's gonna figure out I was here." Bob shook his head. "Let him. We haven't done anything wrong." Rick drove home as the sun was setting. The streets looked different now. Every shadow seemed to have a face. He parked outside his apartment and just sat there, staring at his own door. He thought about the fingerprint card they'd taken. He knew his prints were clean. He'd never been in Paul Stine's cab. But that didn't matter anymore. Graysmith didn't care about evidence. He cared about stories, and Rick had become part of a story he could never escape. He went inside. The apartment was dark. He turned on the light in the kitchen. On the table, next to the stack of newspapers, was an old typewriter. He hadn't sold it after all. It was sitting there, covered in a thin layer of dust, and he didn't remember putting it there. He lifted the cover. On the paper, still rolled inside, in faded type, was a line he didn't remember typing. "My name isn't Willow." Story 13. That morning, Scarlett woke up in a guest house that smelled like coconut oil and damp wood. Her sister was still asleep on the other bed with a pillow over her head. Scarlett slipped out to the balcony wearing a red bikini and a thin sundress and looked out at the ocean. There was a haze over the water, and the fishing boats were wobbling in the distance. She felt like she was on top of the world. She was a 15-year-old girl with a whole day stretching ahead of her, and she didn't know it was her last. The group spent the morning on the beach. They had cheap towels, a bottle of sunscreen, and a local rum that someone had wrapped in a plastic bag. Scarlett drank beer even though it tasted awful, because everyone else was drinking it. She smoked a joint and coughed so hard that she almost threw up. She laughed at herself, and her friends laughed with her. She got a wish bracelet from a woman selling colored strings on the sand. She tied it around her wrist and closed her eyes and made a wish. She never told anyone what it was. That little detail has always stayed with me. In the afternoon, they moved to Curly's, a beach bar that's just a wooden shack with tables in the sand. The music was loud. The air smelled of cigars and coconut. Scarlett's friends settled in a corner, but Scarlett sat a little apart, near the edge of the table, watching the water. That's when Samson D'Souza came over. He was a large local man, in his 30s, with a beard and an easy laugh. He started talking to her like he'd known her for years. He asked her name and where she was from. She said she was 19. She lied. That's what she always did. He offered to buy her a drink. She said yes. Then, Placido Carvalho appeared. He was leaner, with a gold chain around his neck. He sat down beside her and said something about her eyes. She felt flattered. She was a teenager. She didn't know that this was routine. They told her about a secret spot further down the beach, away from the crowds, where there was a fire pit and clear water. They said it was magical. They said they would take her there and bring her back before dark. She looked over at her friends, but they were too busy laughing at their own jokes to notice her. Her sister was talking to a boy on the other side of the bar. So Scarlett said yes. She stood up, put her phone in her bag, and walked away with two men she had known for less than an hour. The walk along the beach took maybe 10 minutes. The sun was lower now, and the sand was still hot. She remembered hopping on her tiptoes to avoid burning her feet. Samson walked behind her. He was quiet. Placido walked ahead. There was no talk about the fire or the water. They just walked. She felt a knot in her stomach, but she ignored it. She didn't want to be rude. She didn't want to seem scared. That's so often how it happens. The secret spot was a small cove, closed in by rocks. There was an abandoned shack made of bamboo and plastic, and inside, a dirty mattress. There was no fire pit, no clear water. Scarlett stopped at the entrance and said she wanted to go back. Placido put a hand on her back and nudged her inside. Not hard, but firm. She went in because she didn't know what else to do. They gave her another drink in a plastic cup. It tasted sweet and sour at the same time, and there was a bitterness underneath that she didn't recognize. She drank it because her throat was dry and the cup was in her hand. Then, Samson pulled out a small plastic bag with white powder. He set it on a piece of mirror and chopped it into lines. He did one. Placido did one. Then they held the mirror out to her. She said no. She really did. She shook her head and said she didn't do that. But Samson laughed and said something like, "You're in Goa. This is Goa." And Placido put his hand on her shoulder, just a gentle squeeze, but enough to make her understand that it wasn't really a choice. She leaned down and snorted the line. The powder burned her nose and throat, and the taste of metal filled her mouth. Her heart immediately started pounding, a wild, panicked heartbeat that made her dizzy. The walls of the shack seemed to pulse. After that, time broke apart. She remembered being kissed by Samson, his tongue pushing into her mouth. She turned her head away, but he grabbed her chin. She said no. She said please, but the words came out slurred, and she felt like she was moving through honey. Placido was behind her, pulling at her dress. She tried to stand, but her legs gave out. She fell onto the mattress. She saw the tarpaulin ceiling with a hole in it, and then there was pain. A sharp tearing pain. She tried to scream, but nothing came out. She just lay there, looking at the hole in the ceiling, while the two men did things to her body. She went away inside her head. She focused on the light through the hole and tried not to feel anything. When they were done, they left. She didn't know how much time had passed. She was on the mattress, half naked. Her bikini top was twisted around her ribs. Her bottom was gone. She had sand and bruises and blood on her thighs. She was crying, but making no sound. She managed to sit up, then vomited onto the sand. She stood up and swayed. She wanted to get clean. She wanted to wash off the smell and the pain. She walked out of the shack and saw the water in front of her, silver under the moon. She didn't think about the dangers. She just walked into the water. It was warm. She bent down to wash herself, and her feet slipped on a rock. She fell forward. The water closed over her head. She tried to stand up, but she didn't have the strength. She tried to push herself up with her arms, but the sand slid away under her hands. She managed to lift her face for a second, gasping, and then a wave rolled in and filled her mouth and nose with salt and water. Her body went into panic mode, thrashing, but it wasn't enough. The drugs and the alcohol and the pain had taken everything from her. She stopped fighting after a few seconds. Her body went limp and floated face down in the shallow water. Her hair spread out around her head like a dark halo. Back at Curly's, the evening went on. Her friends didn't notice she was gone for a while. Her sister, maybe an hour later, started asking around. Nobody had seen her. Someone said they saw her with 2 local men heading south along the beach. Her sister borrowed a flashlight and walked the sand, calling her name. Nothing. She might have walked right past the cove. She might have been within 100 yards of her sister's body, and she didn't know. That part of the night is pure nightmare. The body was found the next morning by a tourist. A man thought it was a pile of clothes. When he got closer, he saw the face. He ran to the bar, screaming. By the time the police arrived, a small crowd had gathered. No one had touched her. No one had tried to cover her. She just lay there, half in the water, half on the sand. Her bikini top was torn. Her bottom was missing. There were bruises on her arms and legs. The police investigator arrived, took one look at her, and told reporters that she had accidentally drowned. He said it right there, with her body still in the sand, as if it was the simplest thing in the world. He didn't ask for an autopsy. He didn't secure the scene. He didn't even order that her torn clothing be collected. The clothes were left where they were, unguarded, for 3 days while tourists and locals walked past them. Anyone could have taken them. Maybe someone did. It was only after Scarlett's mother, Fiona, forced a second autopsy, flying across the world to demand the truth, that the real cause emerged. The autopsy found signs of sexual assault. It found traces of cocaine in her system. It found the kind of injuries that don't happen when you simply fall into the water. Fiona built a case from nothing. She had to listen to her daughter's body tell a story the police refused to read. And even then, it took years for justice to stumble forward. Sampson and Placido were acquitted in 2010 because a witness didn't show up. An appeal brought Sampson back to court. In 2019, more than a decade after Scarlett died, he was finally convicted of culpable homicide, sexual assault, and drug-related charges. He was sentenced to 10 years. Placido was never convicted for what happened on that mattress. Justice came late, and it came crooked. But on that morning in 2008, there was no justice. There was just a girl, lying on a beach, half naked, surrounded by strangers, while a policeman waved his hand and said accident to anyone who would listen. The tide came in. A plastic bag floated by and almost touched her hand. Her torn top was a few feet away, washed by the waves, slowly losing whatever trace might have been on it, and her wish bracelet was still on her wrist, soaked in salt water. The police never logged it as evidence. They never returned it to her mother. It simply disappeared. Somewhere between the beach and the morgue, that bracelet vanished, and whatever wish she made that morning went with it. Scarlett Keeling was 15. She never made it home, and the only thing left of her last day isn't a testimony or a verdict. It's a photograph that leaks online every few years. A small body in the sand, a policeman standing over it, his mouth open mid-sentence, saying the word that sealed her fate. Accident. They called it an accident. And then they walked away and left her there, still wearing a bracelet no one ever found, holding a wish no one ever knew. Story 14. Ed got paroled in 1969. He was 21 years old. He moved back in with his mother Clarnell in a town called Santa Cruz, which was a big mistake. That's not me being clever. It was literally the worst thing he could have done, for him and for the people around him. Clarnell was the reason he was messed up in the first place. She was a secretary at the university, and she acted like she was better than everybody else. She'd say things to him that a mother shouldn't say to her kid. She'd tell him he was stupid, that he'd never amount to anything, that he was a waste of space. She'd lock him out of the house sometimes, and the neighbors could hear her yelling at him about what a monster he was. She called him a mama's boy one second, and then screamed at him for being too attached to her the next. It was like she wanted to break him down, and then blame him for being broken. Ed didn't have much going for him, but he did have a job. He got a gig as a highway patrolman. Sort of. He was a night shift driver for the California Department of Motor Vehicles, which meant he drove trucks around the state delivering stuff. But he had a patrol car uniform and a badge, and that was enough. He'd go out late at night and pick up hitchhikers. That was how he got them. He was so big that nobody felt safe saying no to him, and he had that uniform on, so they figured he was legit. The first ones were two girls named Mary and Anita. He picked them up on a road near Berkeley in 1972. They were hitchhiking back to their college campus, and Ed offered them a ride. He drove them to a remote spot and killed them. He strangled one and stabbed the other, and then he took their bodies back to his apartment in Santa Cruz. He kept them in his room for a while. He did things to them. I don't need to describe it all, because the details don't matter. What matters is that they were gone, and Ed was walking around like nothing happened. He kept picking up more. There was Aiko, and then there was Cindy. And then there were Rosalind and Allison, who he killed on the same day. These were all college girls, all hitchhikers, all trusting enough to get in a car with a man who looked like a cop. Ed's mother never knew. She'd be in the other room watching TV, and he'd be in his bedroom doing unspeakable things to bodies he'd dismembered. He kept heads in his closet. He kept hands in a box. He'd get up in the morning and make coffee and small talk like he was a normal person, and then he'd go back into his room and look at what he'd done. The fact that nobody caught him made him feel invincible, and the more he got away with it, the more the rage inside him grew. It was all directed at her. All of it. Every girl he killed was a stand-in for his mother. He just didn't realize it until the end. On Friday, April 20th, 1973, Ed woke up in his upstairs bedroom in the house he shared with Clarnell. He'd been planning it for weeks. He'd bought a claw hammer and kept it in his room, just waiting for the right moment. That morning, he heard his mother get ready for bed. She'd been awake all night, writing, because she was always up late doing something. She was supposed to be at a party that night, a party for one of her work colleagues, but she decided not to go. That changed things. Ed had made up his mind that he was going to do it that day, whether she was home or not. He waited until about 5 in the morning. He knew she was asleep because he could hear her snoring through the wall. Ed walked into her bedroom. He didn't knock. He just stood there in the dark, holding the hammer, watching her sleep. He's told people later that he had mixed feelings at that moment. Part of him didn't want to do it because she was his mother, but the other part of him, the bigger part, knew that he had to. He had to shut her up. He raised the hammer and brought it down on her head as hard as he could. She opened her eyes. That's what he remembers most. She opened her eyes and looked at him, and he hit her again. And again. He hit her in the temple, in the skull, over and over until the hammer was slick with blood and she wasn't moving anymore. He dropped the hammer and stood there, breathing hard. His hands were shaking, but his mind had gone quiet. For the first time in years, the voice in his head that sounded like her wasn't yelling at him. he'd made her stop. But he had to be careful. He knew people would come looking for her. He needed time. So he rolled her body up in a sheet and carried her into his bedroom. He closed the door and did what he did with the others. He had his tools. He'd gotten good at it, if that's the right word. He worked for hours, cutting and cleaning and putting things where they wouldn't be found. At one point, he tried to dispose of her in the closet, but he was too tired and too out of it. He wrapped her head in a towel and put it on the shelf in his closet. Then, he walked downstairs. He remembers this part very clearly. He walked downstairs and made himself a cup of tea. His mother's voice was gone. There was no one telling him he was worthless, no one mocking him, no one treating him like a child. He sat in the kitchen and drank his tea and thought to himself that everything was finally okay. That's what he said later. He said it was like peace. For the first time in his life. He spent the rest of the day cleaning up. He had to get rid of the evidence. He took her head and put it on the kitchen counter. He remembers setting it face up, like a display. He put her hands in a bag and threw them in the trash. He took her torso and buried it in the backyard, in a grave he dug behind the house right next to the water heater, actually. He didn't think anyone would bother to look there. It was late afternoon by the time he was done. He was exhausted, but he also felt this strange calm. He went upstairs and took a shower, washed all the blood off, changed his clothes. He sat on the bed in his room. And then, because the universe has a sick sense of humor, the phone rang. It was his mother's best friend, Sally Hallett, calling to ask where Clarnell had been all day. They were supposed to get together. Sally was a librarian. She was a nice woman, from what anyone said. She had no idea what she was walking into. Ed told Sally that his mother wasn't feeling well, but that she could come over. He said his mother had already gone to bed, but that she'd like to see her if she wanted to drop by. Sally said she'd be over in a few minutes. Ed put the phone down and looked around the house. He'd cleaned up the bedroom, but he hadn't done anything about the head on the kitchen counter. Sally would walk in through the kitchen door. She'd see it immediately. He wasn't thinking straight. Or maybe he was thinking too straight. He went upstairs and waited. When he heard the car pull into the driveway, he grabbed a rubber hose and a knife. Sally knocked, then let herself in, because that's what people did at his house. She walked into the front hallway and saw Ed standing there. She probably registered his size, the way everyone did. He was holding a hose, and she probably thought he was doing plumbing work. He grabbed her before she could scream. There was a struggle. Sally was a small woman, not young, not strong. Ed hit her with the hammer, and then he killed her. He said later it was an accident, that he didn't plan it, that he'd just reacted. But he'd made a choice. He put Sally's body in a grave in the backyard too, or at least part of her. He wasn't being careful anymore. He was just trying to make things disappear. The cops found out eventually, but not because they were smart. Ed drove to Colorado the next day. He used her car. He called the police from a payphone somewhere on the road and told them who he was and what he'd done. They didn't believe him at first. You'd think that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. There was a trial. He was found sane. He said he was sorry, but he also said he didn't feel it, not really. He told psychiatrists that if he'd been allowed to kill his mother when he was 15, he never would have killed anyone else. That's what he said. He made it sound like it was her fault, like all those other girls died because his mother was a bully. He got 8 life sentences. He's been in prison ever since, and he's become something of a celebrity. They bring him out for interviews, and people listen to him talk about killing like it's a TED Talk. He's written letters. He's given advice to criminal profilers. He's that big smiling guy in the glasses who talks about dismemberment in the same conversational tone someone might use to talk about cooking dinner. I think about that day sometimes, April 20th, 1973. I think about Sally Hallett, who just wanted to check on a friend and ended up buried in a backyard behind a house in Santa Cruz. And I think about Clarnell Kemper, a woman who was hard to love maybe, but who didn't deserve to be beaten to death in her own bedroom by her own son. Ed Kemper is a man in a prison cell now. He's getting old. He's a model inmate. That's what they call him. And every time he gives another interview, every time he flashes that polite, grandfatherly smile, there's one thing that nobody ever seems to ask him about. One detail that's always missing from the story. When they dug up his mother's grave, they found her body without its head, and they never looked too closely at the skull. But someone in the coroner's office noticed something strange a few years back. The vocal cords had been cut out, along with the larynx. He took them. He said he threw them in the disposal, but the fragments they found later were in the trash can he'd used that night. And they still don't know how long he stood at the kitchen sink after he'd finished, holding them, before he turned on the garbage disposal and listened to the only thing that ever told him he was worthless grind away into nothing. That's the detail that gets me. Not the hammer, not the bodies. The fact that he took his mother's voice with him, literally, and then made sure it would never speak again. It was the only time anyone ever saw him cry. When he told that story, he was smiling, but there were tears on his face. I don't know which one was the real him. I don't think he knows either. Story 15, May 18th, 1993, was a Tuesday. In Rockdale Township, Pennsylvania, the Amish don't mark dates the way the rest of the world does. They don't keep a lot of written records, and they don't care much about anniversaries. But that Tuesday is the one day everyone in that community remembers without having to check a calendar. Because of Edward Gingrich. Edward had been a quiet man. He farmed the land near the old church road, the one with the white fence that nobody ever painted. He had a wife, Katie, and they had young children. They lived in a 2-story farmhouse with the wood stove in the kitchen and the kerosene lamps on the shelves. The neighbors knew them as people who kept to themselves. Edward didn't drink. He didn't smoke. He went to church every Sunday, sometimes twice on Sundays when they had rotation. He worked hard. He was the kind of person you'd never pick out of a crowd. But something had been off in that house for a long time. It started small, the way these things do. Edward started talking about rabbits. Not the regular rabbits you see along the field line. Giant rabbits. Rabbits with red eyes that stood on their hind legs and watched him from the edge of the property. At first, Katie thought he was joking. She laughed and told him he'd been in the sun too long. But he wasn't joking. He kept saying the rabbits were sent to test him. By 1991, he was howling at night. Not crying, not shouting. Howling, like an animal. The neighbors on the next farm heard it through the windows. They thought maybe a dog was hurt. But it was Edward, alone in his bedroom, curled in the corner of the mattress, with the Bible open on the floor. Katie did not know what to do. The Amish community does not have a lot of trust in outside medicine. That's not just a stereotype, it's a real thing. They go to doctors for broken bones and things like that. But when it comes to the mind, they don't understand it the way a hospital does. Edward's family believed that mental sickness was a spiritual thing, or a bodily thing that could be corrected by a chiropractor. So, they took him to a chiropractor. They did that for months. The chiropractor adjusted his spine and gave him herbal remedies. Edward still saw the rabbits. He still howled. He started saying that God and Satan were at war, and that the war was happening right there in Rockdale Township, and that he had been chosen to do something about it. Katie reached out to a local healer, an older woman who knew about plants and old ways. That woman spent maybe 20 minutes with Edward and then pulled Katie aside. She told Katie, plain and direct, that this was not an herb problem and it was not a chiropractor problem. She said, "Take him to the hospital. He needs real help. He's not okay." Katie heard her. She understood. But she didn't do it. Why? Because Edward's father didn't want it. Because the elders didn't want it. Because Katie had been raised to be a wife first, to submit, to keep the family's problems inside. She had no car. She had no phone. She couldn't just drive him. She was scared and ashamed, and she didn't know who to ask. So she kept him home. She kept the children close. She cooked his meals. She watched him get worse. And by May of 1993, Edward wasn't sleeping. He was reading the Bible all night by lamplight. He stopped eating with the family. He would stand in the yard and just stare at the tree line. Katie later told her sister that Edward kept saying the rabbits were going to tell him when to act. The rabbits were going to give him the sign. She didn't know what that meant. The morning of May 18th started like any other. Katie got up before sunrise. She made breakfast. She put eggs on the stove. The children were at the table. Edward had been awake all night, but he didn't seem tired. He came into the kitchen still wearing his work boots. He didn't say anything. He stood by the door and watched Katie. She asked him if he wanted coffee. He didn't answer. Then he crossed the room in 4 steps and hit her. It wasn't a push. It wasn't a slap. It was a closed fist, full force to the side of her head. Katie went down. She didn't even have time to scream. The children were right there. They saw everything start. Edward crouched over her and hit her again, and again, and again. He didn't yell. He didn't say anything. His face was empty, like a man doing chores. Katie tried to raise her arms to protect herself, but he batted them away and kept swinging. The kids were crying. Maybe they were screaming. Edward didn't look at them. And then he stood up and started stomping. He had those heavy work boots on, the ones with the thick soles and the steel toes. He brought his boot down on Katie's head like he was crushing a can under his heel. The first stomp broke something. The second stomp made the sounds the neighbors would remember for years. The sound of a skull under a boot does not go away. It's not like anything else. It's a wet crack and a crunch, and it gets quieter when the skull starts to give. He stomped her face until her face was not a face anymore. Later, a deputy would say that it looked like the woman had been in a tractor accident. No one could recognize her. Her own family couldn't look. The Empt who walked into the kitchen first, a man who had been on the ambulance crew for 15 years, who had cut people out of collapsed barns, who had held a child as she died in his arms, that Empt took one look at Katie's head and vomited right there on the floorboards. But Edward wasn't done. He walked to the kitchen drawer and took out the steak knife, the same knife Katie had used to cut bread the night before. He knelt beside her body and cut her clothes off. Not ripped them off, but cut them away, carefully, down the middle. He left her lying there on the linoleum. Then he opened her, from the breastbone down to the pelvis. He didn't just stab and run. He worked. He removed her heart. He removed her lungs. He removed her liver, her kidneys, her spleen, and her intestines. He stacked them in a neat pile on the floor beside her corpse. The pile was arranged. Later, the police officers at the scene said it looked like he had placed each organ with purpose, like he was laying out tools. The heart was on top. The intestines were coiled underneath. There was a lot of blood, but the pile itself was almost clean, because he placed them carefully, not haphazardly. A seasoned homicide detective said he had never seen anything like it. It looked less like violence and more like an altar. and the children were still in the house. They were on the stairs. Edward had finally looked at them, and he had pointed to the hallway. They went to the stairs and sat down. They listened to everything. They saw him pass by with the knife. They saw the blood on his arms. They did not run. Where would they go? When he was done, Edward went to the sink and washed his hands. He used the bar soap. He washed his arms up to his elbows. He dried them on a clean dish towel. Then he walked to the living room and took the Bible he had been reading every night. It was worn, with the pages soft and underlined. He didn't read from it. He carried it to the wood stove, opened the door, and shoved it inside. He watched it burn. Then he closed the stove door. He went upstairs and dressed the children. He washed their faces. He put clean shirts on them. He buttoned their coats. He tied their shoes. He took them by the hand and walked out of the house. He didn't look back. The kids were quiet. They did what he told them. Edward walked them down the gravel lane toward his father's house. A neighbor saw him walking and waved. Edward nodded back. The neighbor said later that Edward looked normal. Calm, maybe a little tired, but normal. The children were holding his hands. Nothing about him seemed off except for one thing. He was wearing his Sunday jacket, the dark one in the middle of the week. But even that didn't mean much in an Amish community, where people often wore the same clothes for years. At his father's house, Edward handed the children over. He didn't explain. He just said something about Katie being in the kitchen and then turned and walked away. His father didn't know what to make of it. He stood there holding the children, confused, maybe a little annoyed. Then something made him walk over to Edward's house. He saw the door open. He saw the blood through the screen. Police arrested Edward less than an hour later. He wasn't hiding. He was walking along the side of the road, his hands in his pockets, his boots still carrying traces of what he'd done. The trooper who stopped him said Edward was cooperative. He didn't resist. He didn't rant about God or the rabbits. He just got into the back of the cruiser like he had been waiting for it. During the ride, he asked about his children. He never asked about Katie. At the hospital, doctors evaluated him and diagnosed paranoid schizophrenia. They said he had probably been suffering from it for years. The chiropractic adjustments and herbal remedies had done nothing. They said if he had been treated in 1991, or even in early 1993, Katie might have been alive. But the Amish community doesn't always believe in that kind of medicine. And Katie had been told to take him to the hospital, and she hadn't, because she was scared and obedient and didn't want to be shunned. She paid for that with her face, with her organs, with her life. The trial was a mess. The defense said insanity. The prosecution wanted first-degree murder. Edward sat through most of it with a blank expression. The jury heard about the rabbits. They heard about the howling. They heard about the healer and the chiropractor. They heard about Katie's skull. In the end, they didn't call it murder. They called it involuntary manslaughter, but mentally ill. That's not a thing that makes sense to a lot of people. You can't willfully beat a woman to death and then cut her open and still call it involuntary. But they did. He was sentenced to a term that added up to about 5 years. 5 years. For a wife. For a mother. For a woman whose organs were stacked on the kitchen floor like a harvest. Edward served his time. He was released, and he came back to Rockdale Township. He lived out his life there, not far from the house where Katie died. The community didn't welcome him the way they would have before, but they didn't shun him either. He went to church sometimes. He kept to himself. He never talked about the rabbits. He never talked about Katie. The children grew up and moved away. His father died. Edward stayed. In 2011, they found him in the barn. He had killed himself. No note, no explanation. He was in his late 50s. The man who found him said Edward was hanging from a beam, facing the far wall. He was wearing the same work boots. The same kind of boots, I mean. Maybe the same pair. No one could confirm that. But here's the thing that stays. That doesn't go away. The M2 vomited in the kitchen, later quit his job. He moved out of the county. People say it wasn't the blood that broke him. It wasn't the skull. It was the pile, the neat pile. The way Edward had stacked Katie's organs with such care. Like he was arranging something sacred. Like he had done it before. The Empt told a friend once that what scared him most wasn't the violence. It was the order. There was order in that kitchen. The children were safe on the stairs. The hands were clean. The Bible was in the stove. The organs were in a pile. And when they combed the house for evidence, they found a pair of small footprints on the linoleum, not far from the pile. A child's footprints leading from the kitchen to the hallway. The youngest child had walked right past his mother's body while Edward was washing his hands. Later, when someone asked that boy what he saw, he didn't talk about blood. He talked about a pile of rocks. He said his daddy was stacking rocks on the floor. He was too young to know what he was really looking at. The boy grew up. He left the community. He changed his name. Nobody knows where he went. But sometimes, people still drive past that farmhouse at dusk. The new family who lives there says the field is full of rabbits in the evening. Big ones. They sit at the edge of the grass and don't move. They just watch the house. The new family says they don't like the way the rabbits stare. But they can't do anything about it. They're just rabbits. Edward Gingrich is buried in an unmarked grave behind the old church. They never put a stone on it. After he died, no one was left to decide what to write. But someone left a single pair of work boots at the head of the grave. The boots were placed side by side, toes pointing east, like a man ready to walk somewhere. The boots were polished. They didn't fit anyone. And nobody in Rockdale Township has ever admitted to putting them there. Story 16. The heat that August in Tegucigalpa felt like a wet blanket over the whole city. Nobody moved faster than they had to, and the air stuck to your skin like glue. It was the kind of heat that made people stupid, made them take chances they wouldn't normally take. Carolina Reyes was 19, a student, and she had been missing for 11 days. That's not something you forget. The date, I mean. August 16th, 2014. By then, the whole city knew her name. Her father, Eduardo Reyes, wasn't a politician, but he had money, and money talks in Honduras. He had police officers assigned to the case who didn't want to be there, private investigators who did, and a reward poster on every light pole in the district. The poster had that picture of her from her freshman orientation, the one where she's smiling at someone just outside the frame. It didn't look like a missing person picture. It looked like a girl who was about to laugh. That's the one they kept. The break came from a street vendor, named someone nobody really remembered later. A man who sold baleadas on the corner of Calle Uno and the little side street that led toward the university dormitories. He told one of the private investigators that he had seen a girl matching Carolina's description on the night she vanished. She had been walking alone, coming from a friend's apartment, probably around 9 at night. He remembered her because she had stopped to adjust a sandal. He remembered something else, too. A dark sedan, a Honda Accord, late 90s, with a cracked taillight and a dent on the rear left fender. It had been parked on the same block for maybe 20 minutes before she walked by. The vendor said he didn't think anything of it. Cars idling in that neighborhood were normal. People waiting for someone, people resting, people just sitting there because they had nowhere else to go. But he remembered the car because the driver had his window rolled down, and his hand was resting on the outside mirror. The vendor saw a thin arm, a dark sleeve, and a gold watch. That was it. He didn't think anything of it. He went back to serving baleadas. For 10 days, nobody had a single solid lead. Then, that one detail about the car. The private investigators started pulling traffic camera footage, but the street didn't have a camera, and the camera a block away had been broken for months. So, they did it the old-fashioned way. They walked to every parking lot, every auto repair shop, every apartment building within a 15-block radius. They were looking for a dark Honda Accord, late 90s, cracked taillight on the left, dent on the rear left fender. They found it at around 11 in the morning on the day of the raid. The car was parked in a lot behind an apartment complex, one of those 6-story concrete boxes that looked like every other building in the city. The driver's side taillight was held in place with red tape. The dent looked fresh, maybe from where Carolina had kicked the bumper while being pulled in. But the car wasn't registered to a person. It was registered to the courier company where Miguel Salazar worked. A badge on the windshield gave a parking permit number. The manager at the courier company said the car was assigned to Miguel Salazar. Everyone called him Mikey. He was the quiet guy, the one who always delivered packages on time, never made a fuss, never said more than he needed to. The manager gave them an address. Mikey lived in a 1-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of that same building. The police got a search warrant. They arrived at about 2 in the afternoon. The sun was high, the hallways were dark, and the building had that smell of cooking oil and old concrete. The police knocked. Mikey opened the door after about 30 seconds. He was wearing a gray t-shirt and sweatpants. Kind of a skinny guy. Thin arms, a gold watch on his left wrist. He didn't look nervous. He looked like they had woken him up from a nap. He stepped aside and let them in. That's what the officers later said. He didn't ask questions, didn't demand to see the warrant, didn't try to close the door. He just opened it, stepped aside, and stood in the middle of the living room with his arms crossed. The apartment was clean. Not just tidy, but almost sterile. The bed in the bedroom was made with hospital corners. The kitchen sink was dry. There were no photographs on the walls, no personal items. The only thing that looked like he lived there was a small pot of coffee on the counter, still warm, and a half-eaten plate of rice and beans on the kitchen table. He had been eating lunch when they knocked. The police started searching. The bedroom, the closet, the bathroom, the kitchen. Nothing at first. No woman's clothing, no cell phone, no wallet, no IDs. One of the officers opened a closet in the hallway and found neat stacks of office supplies, like he was stockpiling paper and pens. No one thought much of it. They were about to wrap it up and take Mikey in for questioning because they had probable cause on the car. That's when the detective, a man named someone maybe Ochoa or Garca, later described it as a feeling. He said he felt a draft. Not a strong one, just a cool, almost invisible current of air moving through the hallway near the false wall. There was a bookcase along that wall. Heavy, dark wood, filled with old books about architecture and civil engineering. The detective noticed that the bookcase didn't quite sit flush against the wall. The gap was maybe half an inch, only at the bottom, like the floor was uneven. But he also noticed that the dust on the floor behind the bookcase was undisturbed, while the rest of the floor was clean. He was a good detective. He pushed the bookcase. It didn't move. He looked at the side of the frame and found a small latch, the kind of thing you'd see on a cabinet, but it was positioned low, near the floor. He flipped it. The bookcase popped open like a door. Behind it was a gap in the concrete wall. a dark opening maybe 3 feet wide and 6 feet tall. The air coming out of it was cool and stale and smelled like sweat and bleach. One of the officers shined his flashlight in. The room went back about 8 feet, maybe a little less. The ceiling was low. There was a mattress on the floor with a white sheet, a bucket in the corner, a small electric fan on a shelf, unplugged, and on the mattress, a woman. She was curled on her side, facing the wall, wearing a t-shirt and shorts that were too big for her. Her hair was matted. Her feet were bare. She didn't move when the light hit her. For a moment, the officer thought she was dead. But then she turned her head, very slowly, and blinked. She stared at the flashlight, not at the men, and she didn't raise her hand or say anything. She just stayed still, like she had learned that moving wasn't worth it. It was Carolina Reyes. She was alive. But she was barely. The rescue was not what they expected. She didn't cry, didn't reach out, didn't scream. She had to be helped to her feet, and she couldn't stand on her own because her legs had gone weak from not walking. The smell of the room got stronger when she moved. It was sour and damp and unmistakably human, but also chemical, like he had been cleaning the room while she was in it. There were no windows. The only light was from an extension cord that ran from a power strip in the apartment through the false wall to a single bare bulb. She had seen daylight maybe never, not in 11 days. But the most terrifying thing wasn't the room itself, or where the state Carolina was in. It was what they found in the drawers of the living room. When the officer turned on the light, the first thing he saw was a wall calendar with a single red mark on the day Carolina had been taken. No other marks. That was just the beginning. They found 3 journals. They were thick, thread-bound notebooks, the kind you buy at office supply stores. They filled the bottom drawer of a metal filing cabinet that had been covered with a piece of plywood and used as a coffee table. The journals smelled like cigarette smoke. The first one had dates going back almost 4 years. The pages were covered in handwriting, small and precise, with sections for each day. Not a diary, not a confession, but a log. A surveillance log. He had been watching women for years. Not just watching. He wrote down their routines, their classes, their work schedules, the times they left their apartments, the last times they rode the bus, which routes, which days. He wrote down whether they carried pepper spray, whether they walked with friends, whether they took shortcuts. He described their shoes, their bags, their habits. Some pages had photographs, poorly printed, taken from a distance. He had dates and times written under each photo, and in the margins he had a system of symbols, circles, crosses, check marks. One of the police investigators later said, off the record, that the check marks meant survivors. The crosses meant something else. The circles meant he was still thinking about them. There were at least 40 different women in those journals. At least 40. But only one other page had a name written in the corner, in blue ink, Carolina Reyes. The page for her was the longest. It had daily entries for weeks leading up to the August 16th. He had followed her to the library, to the coffee shop, to her friend's apartment. He knew which days she rode the bus, which days she walked, which nights she stayed late at the library. He knew her class schedule. He wrote down the color of the sandals she lost when she tried to run. He wrote down that she screamed. But the journal that sealed everything was the third one. The last entry wasn't about Carolina. It was about a woman with red hair. No name, no address, but a description. Small, athletic, usually wore a silver bracelet on her right wrist, used a brown leather tote bag. She rode a bicycle. He had followed her to a park on the south side of the city, and in his final line about her, he wrote, "She is difficult. The room isn't ready. Need to reinforce the deadbolt, and the light is too bright. She will see everything. I need to be faster next time. The date on that entry was 3 months before Carolina. The police ran the description through missing persons files. A woman matching that description, a 23-year-old nurse, had disappeared 2 years earlier in that exact area. Her case was never solved. They asked Mikey about her. He just shook his head. He didn't say no. He just shook his head slowly, like he was disappointed in himself. The investigator later said that shook his head not because he was denying it, but because he was scolding himself for not finishing it. Mikey was taken away. He didn't resist. He walked out in his sweatpants and gray t-shirt, his hands cuffed behind him. The last thing he did before stepping into the elevator was look back at the apartment door. Not at the police, but at the wall that had hidden Carolina. He smiled a little. Not a proud smile. Not an evil smile. Just one of those smiles you do when you finally get a piece of something you've been working on for a long time. Carolina was taken to a hospital by ambulance. She weighed about 25 pounds less than a normal 19-year-old. She hadn't been starved completely, but he had been feeding her what he called rations. She said he came in once a day, always at night, always with the same plate of rice and beans, a cup of water, and a bottle of bleach in his hand for cleaning. She said he never touched her. Not once. She didn't know if that made it better or worse. The trial lasted 3 weeks. Mikey didn't say much in court. His lawyers didn't argue that he was innocent. They argued that he was mentally ill. The journals were entered as evidence. One of the jurors later admitted that she couldn't sleep for a month after reading them. In the end, the jury didn't buy the insanity defense. He was convicted of kidnapping, aggravated assault, and false imprisonment. The judge sentenced him to life without parole. He is in a prison on the outskirts of the city now, in a cell about the same size as the room he made for Carolina. There's no false wall in his cell. But the third journal, the one with the red-haired nurse, was never fully decoded. The police only found 40 names. But the pages were numbered. One page was missing. It had been torn out very carefully along the spine. No one ever found that page, or the woman on it. But in the back of the same journal, pressed between the last page and the cardboard cover, was a red hair tied in a small knot. It was not Carolina's hair. It was too long. It was too red. They never matched it to a name. They only have the hair, and the page that was already gone. Mikey Salazar, the mild-mannered courier, never told them who she was, and he never told them, either, whether she was dead or whether she had gotten away. As they walked him out of the courthouse, a reporter asked him if there were any other rooms. He didn't answer. He just looked down at his cuffs, and then at the sky, and then at the crowd, and then he smirked. Just for a second. And then he didn't say anything else. Ever. Story 17. Jenna Burley's friends will tell you that she was the kind of person who always had her phone in her hand. Not in that annoying way, either. She was a blogger, and she treated her life like a live feed. She posted about everything. What she ate, what she wore, the stupid thing a professor said in class, the way the light hit her coffee cup in the morning. So when she disappeared, the first thing people noticed wasn't that she was gone. It was that she stopped posting. On the morning of August 30th, 2017, she woke up in her apartment near campus and did what she always did. She took a picture of the window, probably. She made a comment about how the summer heat was still hanging around even though August was almost over. She had a class later that day. Maybe. Or maybe she didn't. What I know is that by the evening she was out with her friends at a place called The Arcade, which was one of those bars that tried too hard to be retro. She was wearing a white sundress and sandals. I know that because the police released a photo of her from the bar's security camera. She looked happy. 3 hours later, she would be dead. The thing about that night is that nothing seemed wrong at first. Her friends, I don't have their names, but they were just regular college kids, they all went to the bar together. Jenna was in a good mood. She had just posted something about how she needed a drink because her head was full of exam stress. They got a table near the back, and Jenna ordered a vodka cranberry. The bartender remembered her because she laughed too loud and kept apologizing for it. She was that kind of person, the kind who apologized for existing, even when she wasn't doing anything wrong. She met Joshua Hupper around 10 that night. He wasn't from the university. He was a local guy, older, maybe late 20s, early 30s, but he looked like he could pass for a student if he tried. He was the type who bought drinks for girls and made it seem like a favor. He came up behind Jenna while she was at the bar and asked her what she was drinking. She turned around and smiled at him. A lot of women will tell you they have a bad feeling about a guy, that prickling on the back of their neck. Jenna didn't get that. She didn't get any warning. She just saw a guy with a plain face and an easy smile, and she let him buy her a drink. Her friends noticed him, but they didn't think anything of it. He wasn't weird. He didn't leer at her. He asked her about her blog, because someone at the bar had mentioned it and Jenna loved talking about her blog. She was proud of it. She'd been working on it for 2 years, and it was starting to get a small following. She told him about her most recent post, something about moving to the city and feeling lonely despite the crowd. He listened. He nodded. He asked the right questions. That's what predators do. They don't come at you with fangs. They come at you with a cup of something cold and a look that says, "I get you." By 11:30, her friends were getting ready to leave. They had class the next morning. They asked Jenna if she was coming. She said she'd catch up. She said she was going to stay for another drink with Joshua, and she'd be fine. She'd just take an Uber home. Her friends looked at the guy, and he looked back with this calm, almost bored expression, like he was just waiting for the bouncer to cut him off. They told her to text them when she got home. She said she would. She had her phone in her hand. She posted a picture of her drink, and the caption said something like, "One more won't hurt." That was the last thing she ever posted. At around 1 in the morning, her phone sent a message to one of her friends. It just said, "Help me." No context, no punctuation. Her friend was asleep, so she didn't see it until the next morning. When she woke up and saw it, she tried calling Jenna about 100 times. It went straight to voicemail. She called another friend. They texted the group chat. No one had heard from her. By noon, they were panicking enough to call her parents. Her parents drove down from wherever they lived. I think it was about 3 hours away. They went to her apartment first. It was empty. Her bed was made. There was a half-empty bottle of water on her desk. Her laptop was still plugged in. That was the thing. Jenna never went anywhere without her laptop, not even to the grocery store. On the screen, there was an unsent draft of a post about the feeling of being watched in a city that never sleeps. She had written it that afternoon. It was like she knew something was coming. The police got involved that evening. They pulled the security footage from the bar. They saw Jenna leaving with Joshua Hupper at about 11:45. They were walking close together, his hand on her lower back. She was laughing at something he said. The footage shows her stumbling a little. She was drunk, but not falling down. He caught her arm. It could have looked romantic. It didn't. They left the bar and got into his truck. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Her parents gave the police her phone records. The "Help Me" text was time-stamped at 1:11 in the morning. It was sent from a location about 4 miles from the bar, in a residential area. The police went there. They found a small apartment complex, and they connected the address to a man named Joshua Hupper. He had a record, nothing major, a few assault charges that were dropped, a shoplifting thing. But he was on the radar. When they knocked on his door, there was no answer. The lights were off. The truck was gone. They got a warrant. I don't know how long it took, but they got it. Inside the apartment it was messy, but not disturbed. There were beer bottles on the table, a jacket on the floor. The bed was unmade in a way that didn't look slept in. It looked more like someone had been wrestling in it. In the bathroom, there was water on the floor, like someone had just showered. But the trash can was what stopped them. It was a black plastic bin, the kind you keep under the sink. Inside, they found a wet, blood-stained white sundress, and a pair of sandals, and a small purse with Jenna's ID. The blood was still damp. The police went to his grandmother's house, because that was where he sometimes stayed when things got hot. He wasn't hiding. He was sitting on the porch, drinking a soda. When they arrested him, he didn't say anything. He just put his hands behind his back and let them cuff him. He looked almost relieved. That's the part that gets me. He was relieved. But the body wasn't there. They searched his grandmother's property. They searched his stepfather's house. Nothing. For 3 days, the search went on. Volunteers walked the woods. Drones flew over fields. People put up flyers with Jenna's smile on them, that same smile from the security footage. Her parents went on TV and begged for information. Her dad couldn't finish a sentence without crying. Her mom just stared at the camera and said, "Please, if you have her, let her go." Meanwhile, Joshua Hupper wasn't talking. He lawyered up. He didn't give the police a thing. But the evidence was piling up: the blood, the clothing, the text, the security footage. The district attorney was preparing a murder case. There was just one problem: no body. In Pennsylvania, you can still convict without a body, but it's hard. They needed to find her. And on the 4th day, someone thought to check the stepfather's shed. The shed was at the back of a property in a small town about an hour away. It was a rusted metal thing, the kind you buy at Lowe's and then pretend you'll build a workbench in. The stepfather was just as shocked as anyone. He said he hadn't used the shed in months. There was a padlock on the door, but it wasn't locked. When the police opened it, the first thing they saw was a plastic storage container, the big blue kind, with a yellow lid. It was the kind of thing you'd use to store holiday decorations or old clothes. It was sitting there, right in the middle of the floor, with a few garden tools leaning against the wall next to it. There was a smell. The officers knew what it was before they opened the lid. What they found inside was Jenna. But she wasn't whole. She had been cut, not in anger, but in a methodical way, almost like someone trying to get something to fit. The medical examiner later said she had been alive for a while after the initial assault. She didn't die from the beating. She died from asphyxiation, suffocation. He had put his hands on her throat, or maybe his arm. They found her phone in there, too. It was in a plastic bag, like he was worried it would leak. The battery was dead. But when the police charged it, they found that one last text had been sent right before the phone went dead. It was to her mother. It said, "I love you." The trial lasted 2 weeks. The jury saw pictures they didn't want to see. They heard testimony from the medical examiner about the other things: the sexual assault, the mutilation. Joshua Hupper sat at the defense table and didn't blink. He didn't cry. He didn't apologize. He just stared at the back of the courtroom, like he was waiting for something else to happen. The jury came back in 4 hours. They found him guilty of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault. The judge gave him life in prison, but with a twist, he added that Hupper would be eligible for parole after 60 years. That's when he would be 91 years old. He's never getting out. Everyone knows that. But the judge said it anyway, looking him straight in the eye, and for the first time, Joshua Hupper looked away. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't the trial. It's not the blood or the shed or the container. It's the fact that Jenna's blog is still online. You can go there right now. Her last post is still there, the one about feeling watched in a city that never sleeps. There are comments on it. People writing "Rest in peace" and "You're an angel now." Her mom wrote one comment, just one, under a post about what it feels like to be alone. It says, "I'm still waiting for you to come home." And the blog never lets you forget what she looked like. There's a picture on the header of Jenna holding a cup of coffee, laughing at something off camera. She's wearing the same sundress. The white one. They never found the bottle opener from Joshua Hupper's apartment. It's a stupid detail, I know. But the police listed it in the evidence report. A small metal bottle opener shaped like a fish, missing from a hook on his kitchen wall. They asked him about it during the trial. He said he threw it away. But they never found it in the trash. It's somewhere. Maybe it's still in the shed, or in the car, or in the grass behind his grandmother's porch. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. Jenna Burley is gone. And the last thing she ever said to anyone wasn't "help me." It was "I love you" to her mother, sent from a dead phone in a plastic bag, inside a container, inside a shed that smelled like gasoline and old metal, and something that would never wash away. Story 18. On Thursday, January 12, 1995, Colleen Slemmer woke up in a room that smelled like other people's perfume and cold. She was 19 years old. She was a student at the vocational center in Knoxville, Tennessee, working on a certificate so she could get a real job and get out of there. She had a bottom bunk near a window that wouldn't shut all the way, and she kept her gray sweatshirt folded at the end of the mattress so she could grab it fast in the morning. She didn't know, when she swung her feet onto that cold floor, that she would not sleep in that bed again. Colleen had only been at the center for a few months. She was not the kind of person who made enemies. She stayed quiet, did her assignments, and tried to avoid the people who ran in groups. But Krista Pike was not the kind of person you could avoid for long. Krista wore black every day. She carried a black notebook full of drawings that made people uncomfortable. She talked about the devil the way other people talked about the weather. People said she was a Satanist, and she did nothing to deny it. She had a boyfriend named Todaro. He was older, quiet, always a step behind her. And Krista had decided, somehow, that Colleen was trying to take him away. That morning, Colleen was in the hallway outside the cafeteria. She was thinking about her classroom and the test she had later that day. She didn't hear Krista coming until Krista was right in her face. Krista said she needed to talk to Colleen. She said it was important. She said Todaro was tired of the games, and they needed to settle it. Colleen tried to tell her that there was nothing to settle. She had barely said 10 words to Todaro in her life. She didn't want him. She didn't want any part of Krista's world. But Krista smiled, and the smile didn't reach her eyes. She told Colleen to walk with her. Shadola was standing there too, Krista's friend, a girl who never said much but was always around. Colleen looked at the doors, looked at the people walking past. She thought about yelling, but it all seemed too stupid to be dangerous. It was a park. It was daytime. There would be people around. So she said okay. They walked out of the building and down the road toward Tyson Park. The air was cold and wet, the kind of cold that goes through a jacket and sits in your chest. The ground was frozen in patches and muddy in others. Krista walked ahead. Shadola walked behind. Colleen was in the middle, and she remembers thinking that if someone looked at them, they would just see three girls taking a walk. Nobody would look twice. The park was emptier than she expected. The trees were bare. The grass was brown. A few cars went by on the road, but none of them turned into the parking lot. There was a playground far off, but no children. It felt like the whole place was holding its breath. Then Tadero came out from behind a tree. He was wearing a black coat, and his hands were in his pockets. He didn't greet Colleen. He didn't smile. He looked at Krista, and Krista nodded. Colleen said she didn't want to talk anymore. She turned to go. That's when Krista grabbed her by the arm and pulled her further into the park, off the path, past a cluster of trees. Shadola moved to block the way back. Tadero didn't move. He just stood there, watching. Krista started talking again, but her voice was lower now. She said Colleen had been flirting with Tadero. She said Colleen had looked at him in the cafeteria. She said Colleen had tried to turn him against her. Colleen said no. She said she was sorry, even though she didn't know what she was sorry for. She said she would leave him alone. She said she would leave the whole center if that was what Krista wanted. Krista shook her head. She said it was too late for sorry. She said Colleen had already done what she did, and now she had to pay for it. Then Krista pulled a utility knife out of her pocket. It was the kind you use for cutting carpet or opening boxes. A cheap metal thing with a blade that clicked out. The blade was new. It caught the light. Colleen stepped back, but Shadola was behind her. Tadero took one of Colleen's arms and twisted it behind her back. Colleen tried to pull away. She opened her mouth to scream, but Krista put the knife against her throat before the sound came out. It was warm. That's what Colleen remembers about all of it. The blade was warm because Krista had been holding it in her hand the whole time. She told Colleen to be quiet. She said if she screamed, she would make it worse, and Colleen, stupidly, believed her. She went quiet. Krista dragged the blade across her throat. Not a deep cut, not the way they show in movies. It was a long, slow pull, like Krista was drawing a line on a piece of paper. For 1 second, Colleen felt almost nothing. Then the blood came. It came up over her chin and down the collar of her sweatshirt. It was warm and impossibly wet. Colleen tried to scream, but the sound came out wrong, like she was swallowing water. She fell to her knees. The ground was hard and cold beneath her. She could see the blood darkening the dead leaves in front of her. Krista didn't stop. She grabbed Colleen by the hair and pulled her head back. She said something to Tadaro, and then they both went to work. Tadaro held Colleen's arms down. Krista used the utility knife to cut her, not to kill. That was the thing. She wasn't trying to end it. She was cutting little lines across Colleen's stomach, across her sides, across her arms. Dozens of cuts. Some were light, barely more than scratches. Some were deep enough that Colleen felt them open like a second mouth. Krista was humming while she did it. Humming something low, someone else's tune. Colleen tried to kick, but she was losing blood, and her legs wouldn't move the way she wanted them to. She tried to say please, but it was just a gurgle. Tadero took the knife when Krista handed it to him. He didn't look at Colleen's face. He just knelt over her and started cutting. He cut her arms, her legs, the sides of her ribs. He did it like he was doing a chore, without expression. Colleen looked at Shadola. Shadola was standing a few feet away with her arms crossed. Colleen reached out to her. She couldn't say the words, but she could ask with her eyes. Shadola turned her face away. She didn't move. She didn't stop it. She just let it happen. The cuts went on for what felt like a long time. Colleen lost count. She could hear her own breathing, wet and ragged. She could taste blood. She could feel the wind on her skin where her clothes had been pulled up. At one point, Krista bent over her and looked her right in the eyes. Krista's face was close enough that Colleen could smell her breath. Krista said something about signs and symbols. She said something about marking her, about making her belong to someone else. Colleen didn't understand it. She didn't need to understand it. She just needed it to stop. Then, Krista took the knife again and started carving something onto Colleen's chest. She did it slowly, carefully. She was drawing a shape. Colleen couldn't see it, but she felt the lines being scratched into her skin, one after another. A straight line down the middle. A diagonal line on one side. Another diagonal line on the other. Krista used the point of the blade, and she didn't rush. She wanted it exact. Later, the police would call it a pentagram. Colleen only knew it was the last thing she felt being written on her body. After that, Krista set the knife down. She stood up and walked around, looking at the ground. She picked up a rock. It wasn't a big rock, not like a boulder. It was flat-sided, heavy, about the size of a thick paperback. She held it with both hands and came back to where Colleen was lying. Tadero moved aside. Krista stood over Colleen and raised the rock above her head. Colleen opened her mouth. She wanted to say no. She wanted to say she would leave. She wanted to say her mother was waiting for her. She wanted to say she was only 19. But all that came out was a sound like air from a punctured tire. Krista looked down at her, and then she brought the rock down on the side of Colleen's head. The first hit made a sound inside Colleen's skull. It cracked like a piece of ice under a boot. It didn't hurt the way the cuts hurt. It was louder than pain. Colleen's vision went white, then gray. The second hit came down on her face, somewhere near her eyebrow. She felt her teeth shift. The third hit came down on the same spot as the first. After that, Colleen couldn't see anything, but she could still hear. She heard Krista say something to Todorol about the piece. She heard the rock drop. She heard footsteps on leaves. Then she felt a hand near her head, a small pull at her hair, right up near her ear. It was like someone picking a leaf off her scalp. That was the last thing she felt before everything stopped. Colleen Slemmer died there, in Tyson Park, on the cold ground, in the middle of a January afternoon that was supposed to be just another regular day. She was 19 years old. She had a test she never took. She had a bed she never slept in again. She had a mother who would never hear her voice again. The janitor found her the next morning. He was working near the park restrooms and saw something lying in the leaves. He thought it was a mannequin at first, dumped there, the way people dump trash. Then, he got closer. Later, he told officers he had never seen anything like it. Her clothes were soaked. There were hundreds of cuts across her body. There was a shape carved into her chest. Part of her skull was missing. That missing piece was in Krista Pike's pocket. Krista wore the same jacket to class the next day. She told a girl in the cafeteria that she had killed Colleen Slemmer. The girl didn't believe her. Krista pulled out the piece of bone and showed her. The girl told someone. The police came. They found the fragment in Krista's jacket, exactly where she had put it before leaving the park. Krista was arrested. She was convicted. She was sentenced to death. She was 18 years old, the youngest woman on death row in the country. Tadero said he was there, but he couldn't stop her. Shadola said the same. The cuts on Colleen's body had been made by 2 different hands. The evidence said both of them were lying. They got lesser sentences. Krista, meanwhile, has spent years on death row. She tried to strangle another inmate once. She has been given execution dates, and those dates have been moved back again and again. She is still in prison. Colleen's mother built a memorial in her backyard, a bench, a flower bed, a little sign with Colleen's name on it. She sits there when she can. Sometimes she calls the district attorney's office and asks about the evidence. She wants the piece of her daughter's skull back. She wants to bury it with her. The state says it's still needed. It's still in a property room somewhere in a bag, labeled with Colleen's name and a case number. That's the detail people don't know. Krista Pike bragged about the kill. Krista Pike carved a symbol into a dead girl's chest. Krista Pike took a piece of Colleen Slemmer home with her. And even after all these years, part of Colleen is still sitting in a police evidence bag. The state won't give it back. Krista Pike hasn't died yet. Story 19. The garage light was on, spilling out from the side windows. He didn't think much of it at first. He got out of his truck, the dry September air hitting his face, and walked towards the side door that led into the garage. He fumbled with his keys, still thinking about that missed shot. Then he opened the door, and the whole world just stopped. His wife, Kim, was laying on the concrete floor of the garage, just laying there in a way that told him instantly something was wrong. It wasn't like she was resting. It was like she was a discarded object. There was blood, a lot of it. He saw the dark pool spreading out from under her head. A thick, black oil slick in the harsh light of the garage. He called her name. She didn't move. He remembers the sound of his own voice, high and thin, not sounding like him. He took a step closer, and he saw the hole in her chest. He knew what a gunshot wound looked like. He'd seen them before. But this was his wife. His mind was screaming, but his body was moving on autopilot. Then he heard something, a noise from the driveway. A soft, wet sound, like a gurgle. He froze. For a second, he thought it might be Kim, but it didn't come from her. It came from the Bronco. Their Ford Bronco was parked in the driveway, right where she always left it. The back hatch was open. The interior light was on. He didn't want to look. Every cop instinct he had was screaming at him to get his gun, to call for backup, to secure the scene. But the father in him was louder. He walked out of the garage, his legs feeling like they were made of lead. He stepped up to the back of the Bronco. Inside, in the back cargo area, which was normally full of sports bags and grocery sacks, he saw his children. They were tangled together, like they were sleeping in a pile, the way they did when they were watching a movie. But this wasn't sleeping. There was blood everywhere. On their clothes, on the carpet, on the plastic molding of the car. The boy, Bradley, was laying on top. He was 7. He had a face that was always smiling. He reached in and grabbed Bradley. He pulled him out and laid him on the concrete of the driveway. He started CPR. He tilted the boy's head back like he was trained to do. He pinched his nose and breathed into his mouth. He remembers the taste of copper and salt. He remembers the texture of his son's skin, still warm, but getting cooler. He pushed on his small chest with his interlocked hands, counting in his head. 1, 2, 3. He was a trained medic. He knew he was doing it right. But he also knew, deep down, that it was useless. He could see the wound on the boy's head. It was too late. He doesn't remember the sirens. He doesn't remember the neighbor coming out. He only remembers the paramedics trying to pull him off his son, telling him they had it. He remembers fighting them, screaming at them to help him. He remembers a state trooper he knew, a guy he used to work with, putting a hand on his chest and telling him he had to step back. The look on that guy's face wasn't a look of a colleague. It was a look of a cop whose suspect was right in front of him. The investigation was a blur. He was taken to the police station, not as a witness, as a suspect. He was a former state trooper. He knew the drill. He knew they were looking at him. He told them everything. He told them about the game. He'd been at the Georgetown Church of Christ Rec Center. He'd played basketball from 7 to 9:20. He gave them names of guys who were there. He told them he was home by 10. He was just the husband coming home to find his family dead. Why would he do that? He loved them. That's when they hit him with the phone call. They had a record. A call from his home landline to his pager number. It was made at 7:19. 19 minutes after he said he left for the game. He was at the church, but someone was in his house, using his phone. He had no explanation for it. His heart sank when they showed him the record. Because he knew he didn't make that call. But he also knew that nobody would believe him. The biggest piece of evidence was his shirt, a t-shirt he was wearing that night. He had thrown it in the laundry room when he got home, before the police arrived, not thinking. They had collected it. On it, they found microscopic blood stains. The prosecution said it was high-velocity impact spatter, the kind that came from being close to a gunshot. The defense said it was transfer spatter, from pulling Bradley out of the car and trying to save him. It was the core of their case. Guilty or innocent, it was a stain on a shirt. And he was a former trooper who should have known better than to do his own laundry at a crime scene. That suspicion was a noose around his neck. The trial in 2002 was a circus. He sat there, in a suit, listening to them describe his wife and children. They called him a liar. They showed the jury pictures of his family that were so graphic he had to look away. He couldn't look at his wife like that. Not like that. The jury deliberated for a long time, but they came back with a verdict. Guilty. All 3 counts of murder. He remembers the sound of the word. It wasn't a bang. It was a quiet, dull thud, like a door closing on his entire life. They sent him to Indiana State Prison. He was a cop. He had arrested men who were serving time there. He knew what happened to cops in prison. The first year was a nightmare. He had to sleep with a knife under his pillow. He had to fight just to prove he wasn't prey. He spent years filing appeals. His lawyers worked on a theory. They thought the state had overlooked someone. A man named Charles Boney, a convicted felon. He'd done time for stalking and violence against women. He had a known foot fetish. Now, this is where it gets unbelievable. In his second go-around, they found Boney's palm print on Kim's Bronco. It wasn't on the hood or the side. It was on the driver's door frame, a place you'd grab to lean in and talk to someone, or shoot them. They found his Dina under Kim's fingernails. She had fought him. She had scratched him. They found his Dina on Bradley's clothing. They found Boney's Dina on a pair of pants that were left in the car, too, and most bizarrely, they found Kim's shoes on top of the car. Her shoes were on the roof of the Bronco. Not in the car. Not on her feet. On the roof. It was a detail that the police shrugged off at first, but it made sense when they dug into Boney's history. He had a foot fetish. He didn't just shoot women. He took their shoes. Boney was a monster. He came to court in a wheelchair, even though he could walk. He was milking it. He testified that he had met David Cam a few days before the murders. He said he had sold him a gun. A gun, he claimed, that was untraceable. He said David wanted the gun because he was into some shady stuff. But here's his story. On September 28th, he said he was at the Cam house, having a conversation with David. He claimed David was angry, that he was arguing with Kim. Then, Boney said, David started shooting. He claimed David did it all. He said he was just there. That, he was horrified. He said David threatened to kill him if he told anyone. Was it a lie? Absolutely. Why would David buy a gun from a convicted felon with a foot fetish? And why would he invite that man to his home to watch him murder his own children? Boney had a history of violence against women. He had stalked women. He had assaulted them. He was in the military, and he had been kicked out for going AWOL. He had been to prison for a violent attack on a woman, where he had choked her and tried to force her into his car. He was a predator. But the prosecution in the second trial still stuck to the old story. They said David did it, and Boney was just an accomplice who showed up to buy something. The second trial ended with a hung jury. The jurors couldn't agree. Some had seen the Dina evidence and knew David was wrongfully accused. Others were still stuck on that stain on his shirt and the phone call. For him, this was the most torturous period. He was in prison, in solitary confinement, for his own safety. He knew he was innocent. He had stopped trying to convince the guards. He stopped trying to convince the other inmates. He had to start trying to convince the sky, the walls, his own reflection. He had nothing but time. And time was a haunted house. He would replay the night over and over. He would see Kim's face in the garage. He would feel Bradley's body getting cold under his hands. And he would see the shoes on the car. He didn't understand why that detail, above all else, haunted him. Maybe because it was so specific, so personal, like the killer had taken a piece of her to look at. In his third trial in 2013, the state finally dropped the pretense. They had to. The Dina evidence was too overwhelming. They couldn't tie him to the gun. They couldn't find the gun. The only person who could tie him to the gun was Boney, and Boney was a lying, sick man. The defense brought in experts who explained the blood spatter, the transfer spatter. They explained how a frantic father trying to save his son could end up with that much blood on his shirt. The jury was out for a long time. He was in the holding cell, staring at the cinder block wall. He had been in a cage for nearly 13 years. He was 48 years old. His hair was gray. His life was gone. He wasn't thinking about his future. He was thinking about his daughter, Jill. She was 5 years old. She never got to go to kindergarten. He was thinking about Bradley, who would be 19 by now. He had missed his entire life. He would never see him graduate, never see him get married. He had to learn how to be a father to ghosts. When the verdict came back, he didn't hear the word at first. The room was so quiet. The judge said not guilty. He sat down. He let out a breath he had been holding for 13 years. The courtroom erupted. His family was crying. His mother was screaming. He just sat there. He didn't feel joy. He didn't feel relief. He felt hollow, like they had carved out everything inside of him and just left the skeleton. He walked out of the courthouse a free man. But he wasn't free. He was a man living in a world that didn't exist for him anymore. He missed the 90s. He had no idea who the current musicians were. He didn't know how to use a smartphone. He was a ghost in a living world. He went home to a house that was empty. He didn't have a family. They were dead. And the man who killed them, Boney, was in prison for 1,000 years. But he was still alive. That was the part that he couldn't reconcile. He had been tortured for years, not just by the prison, but by the question of why. He never got an answer. Boney never gave a coherent motive. He just kept saying, David did it. He kept insisting on his story, even though the evidence didn't support it. The Dina was incontrovertible. But Boney was a snake. He would say anything to save himself. And the worst part was, he almost succeeded. The first jury bought it. They believed the sad story of a philandering husband with a gun instead of the obvious truth. A predator had stalked Kim, had waited for her to come home, and had executed her and her children. When he was finally free, he walked into his parents' house. He went to the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror. He didn't recognize the face looking back. It was old. It was tired. It had deep lines around the eyes that didn't come from smiling. He put a hand on the sink, and he just stood there. He didn't cry. He had forgotten how. He just stared, wondering if there was any reality where he hadn't gone to that basketball game. A reality where he had stayed home, and maybe Kim and the kids had gone out for ice cream, and they were safe. But there isn't. He lives now, still in Indiana. He tries to be normal. He goes to the grocery store. People whisper and point. Some people still think he did it. That look in their eyes, the hint of suspicion, will never go away. He will always be the man who was accused of killing his family. Even though he was acquitted, he knows that some people will never believe it. He still visits the cemetery. He puts flowers on 3 graves: his wife, his son, his daughter. He doesn't say much when he's there. There's nothing left to say. But the thing that gets him, the thing that wakes him up at night in a cold sweat, isn't the memory of the shooting, or the trial, or the years in the cell. It's the shoes. He couldn't get the image out of his head. He couldn't get it out of his head because it was the one detail that had absolutely nothing to do with rage or murder. It was a trophy, a keepsake. It was a fantasy. It was the detail that told him the man who killed his family wasn't a crazy person in a rage. He was a collector, and he wanted to be caught. He wanted David to see the shoes on the car, to know that the killer wasn't his wife's killing. The shoes were his signature. He called the prison one time. He wanted to ask Boney one question. He just wanted to know why the shoes. Why did he take them off? Why did he leave them there? He was transferred to a different facility. He couldn't get an answer. He was left with the question. It's been over a decade since he walked free. He still can't hear the sound of a car door closing without flinching. He still can't look at a pair of women's shoes in a store without a chill going down his spine. He is a free man, but his mind is a crime scene that was never completely cleared. The evidence locker is still open, and he knows, deep in his gut, that one day he will see that image again. The Bronco, the interior light, and the pair of shoes sitting perfectly on the roof, like a promise that the nightmare isn't over. It never waits for the verdict. It's already in the next room, waiting to be discovered. Story 20. By 5 in the morning, it was still pitch black outside. Derek got up and didn't turn on any lights. He put on the same jeans and t-shirt he had been wearing for 2 days. Alex was already sitting on the floor, tying his shoes. It was normally Derek's job to get them both up and make sure everything was done so Terry wouldn't have to raise his voice. But that morning, Terry never had to raise his voice. That morning, Terry was still asleep. They went out the back door into the cold November air. The gravel bit through the bottoms of Derek's shoes. They walked the path behind the house, through the wet weeds and low branches, to the power line cut. That wide strip of dirt where the ground never grew anything. They had gone there the day before, too, on a Sunday after skipping church. That afternoon, Alex had said something that Derek has never been able to get out of his head. It was quiet, almost casual. If Dad was gone, we could go anywhere. Then Alex laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was the kind of laugh that doesn't have anywhere else to go. Derek didn't say no. He just kicked a rock and watched it skip across the dirt. That is the part that still sits in his chest wrong. He didn't say no. Terry was strict in a way that people in Cantonment didn't really question. He had been a single father since their mother died, and he ran the house like a squad. Chores were a morning and evening thing. Homework was checked with a ruler. If the bed wasn't made right, Derek had to strip it and start over. If Alex talked back at dinner, he ate standing up with his nose against the wall. Derek has told this part to counselors a dozen times, but he still pauses when he talks about the belt. Terry never hit them in the face. He hit them where the bruises wouldn't show. That's just the way it was. The boys knew it wasn't right, but they also knew nobody was going to walk into that house and stop it. The walk back from the power line cut was silent. Derek remembers his heart beating so hard he could hear it in his ears. The sun was just starting to come up, a pale gray light behind the pines. They came in through the back door, the one with the torn screen that Terry kept saying he'd fix. The house was quiet. Derek walked into the garage and took the baseball bat from the corner next to the lawnmower. It was a Louisville Slugger with a crack in the handle. The metal was cold and felt like it wasn't a part of him. He walked back into the house with it. Alex was standing in the hallway, watching him. Neither of them said anything. There wasn't a plan. There wasn't a signal. Derek just pushed open his father's bedroom door. Terry was sleeping on top of the covers, still in his jeans. He had one arm over his face. He snored, a heavy snore that filled the room. Derek stood at the foot of the bed. He held the bat with both hands. He remembers the weight. He remembers the dust on the floor under the bed. He remembers the way the sheet was bunched up around his father's knee. And then he swung. The first hit made a sound like a wet log splitting. Terry made a sound too. Something that wasn't a scream, more like a gasp that got stuck. His arm came down off his face, and his eyes opened, but they weren't focused yet. Derek swung again, and again. He doesn't remember how many times. He remembers the bat getting heavier every time. He remembers his arms shaking. He remembers blood on the white sheets, how dark it looked in the dim room. At some point, his father stopped moving. Derek didn't stop for a few seconds. His brain kept telling his arms to swing. Then he stopped. Alex was not in the doorway anymore. He had turned around and was throwing up in the hallway. The sound of it, the wet, choking sound, was worse than what Derek had just done. They didn't talk about the body. They didn't check for a pulse. Derek didn't want to touch his father, and Alex refused to look. They went to the kitchen. Alex found the lighter fluid under the sink. They poured it on the bed first, then the carpet, then the curtains. The smell was strong enough that Derek thought he would pass out. Alex lit a match. The flames went up quick, quicker than Derek expected. They ran out the back door without looking back. Behind them, the living room was already orange behind the windows. They ran to the same spot by the power line cut. This time, they didn't stand. They crouched behind a fallen log, both of them breathing hard. Derek watched the smoke come up gray first, then black, then orange. He threw up behind the log. It was the first time he did that day. It would not be the last. They stayed there until they heard the sirens. Then they stayed a little longer. Derek felt relief for about 10 minutes. A clean, light feeling, like a weight he didn't know he was carrying, had been lifted. Then a fire truck passed on the road, and the whole thing turned real. He started shaking. He couldn't feel his hands. They didn't know where to go. They ended up walking along the side of Highway 29, 2 kids in dirty clothes with ash in their hair. They stopped at a gas station. The clerk saw how they looked and asked if they were okay. Derek said there was a fire at their house, that his dad was inside. She let them use the phone. Derek dialed 911. He said the address. He said, "My house is on fire. My dad is in there." Then he hung up. He didn't realize he was crying until the clerk handed him a brown paper napkin and he couldn't take it because his hands were shaking too bad. A deputy came and put them in the back of his patrol car. He turned the heat on. He asked about their mother. Derek said she died. The deputy didn't ask what of. He just nodded and gave them bottles of water. At the station, they put Derek in a small room with a metal table and a poster about drugs on the wall. They gave him orange juice and a plastic-wrapped sandwich. He couldn't lift the sandwich. He just sat there, going from hot to cold, watching the clock on the wall, hearing footsteps in the hallway. He wasn't thinking about his father. All he could think about was whether Alex was okay. Then the deputy came back in and sat across from him. He had a folder in his hand. He opened it and looked at Derek for a long time. He said, "Alex is telling me something different. He says there was someone else at the house last night." Derek didn't know what to say. He felt his face go numb. The deputy asked, "Who was it?" And Derek said, "It was us, me and Alex." The deputy leaned forward. "Used what?" Derek said, "A baseball bat. From the garage." He said it the same way he would have said what he ate for breakfast. The deputy didn't say anything for a while. Then he wrote it down and left. That was the first confession. But it wasn't the last. Over the next several hours, Derek told 4 different versions of the story. He said they killed him alone. Then he said Ricky Chavis made them do it. Then he said Ricky did it while they waited outside. The detective kept asking him, "Which one is it?" And Derek kept saying, "I don't remember." But that was a lie. He remembered every minute of it. He remembered the blood, the sound, the way the bat felt in his hands. He just couldn't say the truth out loud, because saying it out loud made it real. And once it was real, there was no going back. Ricky Chavis wasn't a stranger. He had been around for years. He was a family friend, which was a weird way to describe a 42-year-old man who hung around 2 kids. He did odd jobs. He had been in prison before, everyone knew that. He gave Alex cigarettes. He took Alex for rides in his truck. He bought Alex candy and video games. Derek didn't like it. He saw the way Chavis looked at his brother, like he was waiting for something. But Terry was too wrapped up in his own rules to notice. Or maybe he didn't care. Derek doesn't know. He just knows that when Alex was around Chavis, he had a smile that he never had at home. It was a different kid, and Derek didn't know how to compete with that. At some point, the detective put a piece of paper on the table in front of Derek. It was a letter. Derek recognized the handwriting. It was Alex's. The letter said, "I love you more than anything. When I'm with you, I feel safe. I can't wait for all the days we'll have together. Forever and always." Derek read it twice. He felt his throat close up. The detective asked if Ricky ever touched Alex. Derek said he didn't know. That was the truth. He didn't know. But he suspected it. He had suspected it for months. He had seen the way Alex acted, the secrets, the lies, the long phone calls. He just never did anything about it. He was the older brother. He should have said something. He didn't. That guilt is still sitting inside him. It hasn't gone anywhere. The rest of that day is a blur. Derek remembers being fingerprints. He remembers being put in a small holding cell with a concrete bench and a metal toilet. He remembers hearing Alex crying in the room next to his through the cinder block wall. He didn't yell through the wall. He just sat on the bench with his wrists still hurting from the cuffs and listened. He kept thinking about the door. The bedroom door. After the fire started, Derek turned around and closed it. He remembers that part. What he doesn't remember is why. Was it to stop the smoke from getting to the rest of the house? Was it to make the fire burn faster? Was it to make sure his father couldn't get out if he was still alive? He has gone over that moment 1,000 times. He still doesn't know. In the end, the courts made their decisions. In separate trials, the jury said Ricky Chavis was not guilty of murder. They didn't say he was a good man. They just said he didn't swing the bat. Derek and Alex were convicted of second-degree murder. A judge later overturned it. Then, they pleaded to third-degree murder. Derek served 8 years. Alex served 7. Alex walked out in 2008 and was never the same. He went from rehab to jail to rehab. He had addiction problems. He couldn't hold a job. Every once in a while, he would call Derek and they'd talk about nothing. The weather, a car, an old memory that wasn't about their father. But they never talked about the day. Not once. Then, in 2024, Derek got a phone call from a woman he didn't know. She said Alex had overdosed. He was 30, 5 years old. Derek buried his little brother next